Good evening, everyone. I now call this meeting of the Prior Lake Savage Area Schools Board of Education to order. Please rise as you're able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This evening, all board members except Director Johnson are in attendance. He will be arriving shortly. First up this evening, we'll begin this evening with Laker Pride with a presentation from the Minnesota School Boards Association. Please welcome President Christy Peterson and Executive Director Kurt Schneiderwind. Thank you, Christy and Kurt, for your partnership and for being here this evening.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair, for inviting us and including on your agenda today. And I want you to know I am the Executive Director for the Minnesota School Boards Association, and we do represent all 331 of our public schools. Joining me is Christy Peterson, and she is on the Shakopee Board as well as our President of the MSBA Board. And I'm super proud to be here today because I'm going to announce something today. And that announcement is that Obiama Ozuje is one of the recipients of the Minnesota School Boards Association's Robert E. Meeks School Board Member Scholarship winners. So.
Yay!
Congratulations, young man. The scholarship award will give Obiama $3,000 to use toward post-secondary education. MSBA gives this award only to 3 representatives in the entire state. The award started back in 2009 to award and encourage students to become involved in the governance of their school and to learn about the importance of having locally elected school board members. As you know, the primary role of a school board is to advocate for student success, and that is the reason the board members run for office and they put all their time into serving. There's no better way to get input as a board member than getting it directly from a student representative. In Minnesota, we had approximately 130 school districts out of 331 that have a student school board representative at the board table. And the Prior Lake Savage Area School Board should feel very proud to have Obiama working and supporting them as well. As the Prior Lake Savage Area School Board Chair Amy Bullion wrote in her letter of recommendation, Obiama's leadership is rooted in service and character, and he brings credibility, empathy, and purpose to every role he undertakes. And I just want to congratulate you again. I'm going to turn it over to President Peterson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. A committee of 5 MSBA Board of Directors selected Obiama as one of the 3 recipients from nearly 60 applications. The committee recognized Obiama for his outstanding academic record, his extensive leadership in student government, his dedicated community service, and his participation in multiple varsity sports. Academically, Obiama has earned a 3.878 GPA while simultaneously pursuing college coursework through the PSEO program at Normandale Community College, where he earned Dean's List honors and membership to Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society, which requires a 3.8 or higher GPA. As a leader, Obiama has served as Student Council President, Student Council Treasurer, and National Honor Society Chair. In each role, he raised the bar, managing a $95,000 student council budget, overseeing 30-plus large-scale school events, and generating more than $10,000 in seasonal revenue through the National Honor Society concessions operations. A 2-sport varsity letterman in both football and volleyball, Obiama also co-founded Prior Lake High School's Pickleball Club, growing it from 15 members to 175. What truly set Obiama apart was something he described in his scholarship essay. He wrote about how he spearheaded the creation of student-led surveys to bring real data, not just anecdotes, to the school board table. In his words, he wanted the board to make decisions with the students rather than simply for them. Superintendent Dr. Michael Thomas put it this way: Obiama does not simply report events. He synthesizes student voice and connects it to a district-level priority. His presence strengthens our board's ability to remain student-centered in its conversations. And School Board Chair Amy Bullion added, his ability to listen carefully, synthesize diverse perspectives, and communicate effectively in a governance setting distinguishes him well beyond his years. And Obiama, I just want to say that you are one of the reasons why I run for school board and am a school board member. It's because you are the reason why our future is so bright. And I just want to thank you for everything that you've done as a student school board member. It is our honor today to award Obiama with the MSBA Student School Board Member Scholarship. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
You're coming back, though. Christy, how do you want to get a picture? Yeah. Good. Take a break for the photo op so that they all can get a, I'm so happy for Obi. We wait for him. We'll move on. Okay. All right. Next up, we'll now hear highlights from recent student travel experiences that took place over spring break. The Prior Lake High School choir trip, the Prior Lake High School Spanish trip, and the Prior Lake High School French student trip. I don't know how do we want to do those one by one?
One by one.
One by one. Okay, we'll start with the choir trip, and I'll call up music directors Rob Hahn and Randy Erlinson to share more.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think we've got the presentation here. I'm not sure how to get it going. Is there a escape twice? Okay. That did something. Thank you.
And you are the choir.
One with the green in the middle. Yep. There you go. Well, thank you for having us here this evening. I am Randy Erlinson. This is my colleague Rob Hahn. We have now fully recovered from our adventure and are excited to share some of the highlights with you this evening. So, Céad Míle Fáilte is the Gaelic way of saying 100,000 welcomes. And you see this saying everywhere in Ireland, and we certainly felt welcome during our time there. Wonderful country, wonderful people, delightful place to live or to visit if you've ever been there. We left right after school on Thursday, March 26th, flew overnight, landed at 7:30, and then began an approximately 734-kilometer drive around the island. I didn't count all of the inner city driving. That was just Dublin to Galway, Galway down to Cork, and then back up to Dublin. So it was a lot of driving, but we saw a lot of a really fantastic country. So. You want me to keep talking?
Yeah,
Okay.
knock it out. First stop was Clonmacnoise, 6th century monastic settlement, which was a reason to stretch our legs and just see a little of history. Because it was 11:30 in the morning in Ireland, but for us it was about 4 a.m. and kids were a little anxious. We were trying to keep them awake, so we got them up and moving. But just beautiful sights, beautiful history, great tour guides at all of these venues that we went to. And just a great way to kick things off and walking kids through, a settlement that is centuries old.
Our first major city stop, aside from landing in Dublin, was Galway. Beautiful city. I think this was probably the favorite city of our students. You see up there in the upper left-hand corner, that is a sculpture of a hooker boat, so a fishing boat. Our tour guide was clear to explain what a hooker boat actually was, because our kids were confused at first. Outside of St. Nicholas Collegiate Church, that was our concert poster that was there waiting for us. We did one performance here. With all the flags, that's just Key Street in Galway, big shopping area. And then across the bottom, the gentleman right in the middle, who doesn't look like a high school student, that was our tour guide. His name is Connor, and was truly one of the most remarkable human beings. We were so fortunate that our tour company was able to coordinate our time there with him. So a couple of things. In the lower left-hand corner, you see students trying to stay awake. And what they're really actually doing there is learning some basic steps of Irish dance, traditional Irish dance. So they promptly went to bed after this because we hadn't let them sleep yet. But you see our group. That was our first big group picture in the upper right-hand corner. Saw some Laker colors in the peak of the ceiling at St. Nicholas Cathedral or Collegiate Church. The gentleman in the upper left-hand corner with Carly Hover, that is a bodhrán player, and if you've seen Titanic, and I'm assuming many of you have, he did all of the Irish drum, the frame drum playing for the soundtrack for that movie. And as part of that dancing lesson that we had, there's a traditional Irish band of actual Irish instruments, so an uilleann pipes, harp, the bodhrán, and he was there. And Carly loves Titanic apparently, and so was just excited as could be to get to meet a world-famous musician. So
That's a better view of the Cliffs of Moher than we got the day we were there. The kids are like, where are they? And we're like, they're right there. But it was windy as all get out and quite foggy. But beautiful, beautiful sights to see. Lots of great stuff inside their visitor center, which is where we spent most of our time because the view wasn't fantastic. But really the only poor weather we had in the entire week. A little bit of rain here and there, but that particular hour was not good. The sun came out as soon as we got 10 miles down the road. It was a beautiful day.
we just told kids to Google actual pictures.
Yeah, right.
In traditional Gaelic spellings of things, that word that you see up there is not pronounced at all like it sounds. It's called Cove. And it's a city kind of down by Cork, Ireland. This is where we did our second performance of the tour, at that beautiful cathedral that you see right there, St. Colman's Cathedral. Really fantastic space there, right along the water. Cove is actually, speaking of Titanic, where it departed from on its final voyage. So there's a really fascinating Titanic museum right there in Cove, along the waterfront, and gave kids some time to do some wandering before we had our concert. A few more pictures of the space that we sang in. I'm an organist at a church here in town, so I wasn't going to miss a chance to play the organ. And Rachel Domagalski is a very talented keyboard player, so gave her a little crash course on the organ there, and just a fantastic, fantastic church to sing in. So
That was a midday on a Monday concert, 1 in the afternoon, and we had a couple hundred people in attendance, which is just fantastic.
didn't have many pictures from Cork because our students were busy just shopping around and wandering and seeing some sights and experiencing the culture. Cork is what they call the San Francisco of Ireland. So it's built kind of down along the water, but then very steep hills that quickly go up away from the shore. So we stayed kind of on the left side of that picture, but most of the city is built up on the big hill off to the right. But just pretty standard Irish city. A little bit of old, a little bit of new, but lots of charm and lots of culture. Okay, Blarney. We did kiss the Blarney Stone. I do think that all 53 of us kissed the Blarney Stone. That's Rob right there in the middle.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, sorry.
That's
Rob.
awesome.
We did not force Andy and Brody into the stocks. They chose that. But I wasn't going to miss a picture for their parents. You see Blarney Castle in the upper right there, and flowers, which we hadn't yet seen in Minnesota because we left after 15 inches of snow fell. But another really great place to stop. Stopped at some working sheep farm. Got to see some sheep herding going on. It was lambing season, so that little guy up in the center there was about 10 days old. Kids got to bottle feed some of the lambs. They were pretty excited about that. And then afterwards, it was another pretty chilly day, really rainy too, but they treated us to fresh baked scones and tea after we got to see all the workings of the farm and stuff, so. Yeah, pretty hearty. Sorry if you haven't eaten supper yet. This is gonna make you hungry, but our kids were great with the food. We went to Italy a couple years ago and they thought it was gonna be Olive Garden. It was not. They were much more ready to try the meat, the potatoes, the heaviness of this stuff, but really fantastic meals, fish and chips down in the lower left-hand corner, so. Dublin.
So the pictures you see on the right and on the left, that is the main library at Trinity College. And it looks like Harry Potter when you look down this thing. I honestly, I don't even remember the number of books, but the most historic scripts that they have in Ireland. The challenge for us was they had emptied all but one of the bays, because after the fires at Notre Dame, they decided, hey, there's no fire suppression at all in this venue, and it was 2 stories high of thousands of year old texts. So they had been taking them all out, storing them off-site, and then fitting that building, which will take them years, 5, 6 years, something like that, restoring all of the books, cleaning everything, but just incredible. The earth there in the middle, that is spinning. It looks like it's spinning. It's 16 feet across, and you look down this big long hallway, and it's crazy impressive. It looks like it's just floating there in the middle of this massive library, but a beautiful, beautiful space.
Prior to this, they walked through an exhibit for the Book of Kells, which is an ancient manuscript of the 4 Gospels of the Bible. And so they were able to kind of see what all the symbolism was for those articles or for those documents, and learn about how they're preserved for all these years and how they came to be. So really interesting experience at Trinity College.
Very colorful artwork, all mineral based. So they have some of the colors that they could track. The green color, one of the highlighted colors, the closest you can find the mineral that makes that color is in northern Afghanistan. That's a long way from Ireland, especially back 2,000 years. So it was crazy how intricate the artwork was, the stories of where you could tell which monk did which page and which word he stopped on and which word the next one was continued by someone else, because they could tell the stylistic changes of the artist. It was just beautiful work. Many concerts, so Galway, Cork. We didn't stop on street corners like we did a little in Italy. It wasn't quite the same that way. But our final concert was at the Lark, which is the Irish Institute of Music and Song, and that is just outside of Dublin. We shared that concert as well. I'm guessing by the video tab, we get to see and hear some of it, maybe?
If that's okay, is there
If we're
time?
good.
Okay.
We shared this concert with the National Concert Hall, so the National Youth Choir of Ireland. They were fantastic.
The little clip of this piece that we'll play is called Bend by Kyle Peterson. He's a Minnesota composer. And so when we go on tour, we like to take pieces of Minnesota with us. So we'll play just a short little clip of this. You will see in this space, in the Lark Theater, they have, it looks like a TV studio, all kinds of cameras and audiovisual equipment, and they're recording this live. This was part of the link that we sent out, so if any of you checked the link, this is what that would have been from. But here's a little clip of us singing in Balbriggan, which is just a little bit north of Dublin. If the sound will go. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Very dramatic.
Is there a trick to the sound? Well, it's there, and those are our Lakers, and we will send out the presentation as well for you all to see. They sang so passionately during this performance, and it was just absolutely beautiful. Kids in tears, directors in tears, all of the stuff. It was just a really important experience. So we'll send that out so you can hear that link, and we would love for you to listen to it because it was truly, truly special. Our farewell dinner was at a place called Mary Plowboy's Pub. So they have a live band that entertains us during our meal, And then halfway through the evening, the floor elevates and they bring on an Irish dance troupe. So that's accompanied by the live music, and this is just our kids just apparently getting really good at rhythm. But just having a great time and enjoying their evening together. Saw lots and lots of smiles, which is a good sign when you're on such a long trip. Just our Lakers being awesome. Just doing what they do and being with each other and enjoying all of these experiences together. I don't know what was going on with the shaving cream in the lower left-hand corner, but that was,
That was at room checks one night.
Yeah.
That's what walked into the hallway.
yeah. Well, and here's the setup to that hallway. So you've never seen two girls more excited for room checks than the two that you'll see in this next picture. I went to check this room and found that.
Yeah. There are no words.
No, I mean, the door flew up and they're like, "We're here." I'm like, "Yeah, you are."
So were we, apparently.
Yes, apparently. I guess there's no greater sign of flattery than your face on your students' pajamas. But the kids with the shaving cream came out in the hall to see what the laughter was about, and we were laughing at that. But yeah, so just a lot of fun. Really fantastic time with all of our students. This is from our bus driver, Mick, our steerologist, as he called himself. And he wrote us a little poem. He drove us everywhere, all over the country. And he wrote us a poem on our last day, and it said, "May you live your life full of gladness and health, with a pocket full of gold as the least of your wealth. The dreams you hold dearest be those that come true, and the joy, happiness, and song you spread keep returning to you." And then cue more tears on the bus, either because we were just exhausted or because we were just that moved. So with that, Garavmi Lamahagav. Don't even try to sound it out across the top, it's not gonna matter. Which basically means thank you and until we meet again.
So our boosters were kind enough to send us with a little keepsake. So each of the ensembles that we perform with, the youth orchestra in Galway, the National Youth Choir in Dublin, and all the various people that we met along our way got these coins. We have some military family connections program. So this idea of a pin is a pretty standard thing, but this challenge coin is
Julie Winford, yeah.
Thank you.
something that
Thank you.
we took with us. We shared it with bus drivers and the hotel staff, the managers and things. But just as a token of that, in Mary Plowboys there's a strong connection with the Irish culture and the police force. So there's many of the pubs you go to and you see patches of police officers all over the world. So one of our kids shared a coin with them and they found a little spot for it. So if anybody ever goes back to the Mary Plowboys in Dublin, you will see that coin, probably the green side facing out, on the wall along with all the patches.
Your Lakers, our Lakers, did us very proud. And they spent months preparing for this, 36 extra additional hours of rehearsal outside of their school day to get ready for this. Traveled beautifully, and we are just so pleased, and the smiles you see are genuine. They were very excited. We've said the whole time that they were ready to come home, but sad to leave. So I think we got something right.
It was perfect. One more day, we might not have been able to say
Correct.
quite that same thing.
Any questions or anything for us to take back to our students?
Board members?
I just want to say thank you. You mentioned multiple times, our Lakers are amazing. Our Lakers are amazing because of their amazing leadership. So thank you. And I don't know if our community all understands that you two, along with how many volunteers went to help chaperone the trip?
Just Mr. Marshall.
Oh, okay. All right. But you're giving up your spring break, and it's a lot. So thank you to your commitment to our students.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Anybody else?
Just one question.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you. This is so thoughtful. Really appreciate this. I'm sure we'll treasure that, always. The song by Kyle, I noticed too when I was watching that they were so emotional.
Yeah.
What was it about that song? Was it just everything caught up with them, or, because I noticed that too.
The song itself is about what it means to bend but not break when things get hard. And how to, when the wind is pushing you, how do you endure that? Well, you endure that by people saying, I'm here with you, I'm helping too, and when the winds subside, you will arise. But for now, bend, don't break. And so it's just about that common, the struggles that kids face, the struggles that we face in our classrooms and in our professional lives, and just really being in that moment to share that musical experience and to really absorb the meaning of that piece, hit them pretty hard, so.
Yeah.
And us too,
Yeah,
was-
I
it was
can't
beautiful.
talk about the piece without getting emotional.
Yeah.
which is why I talk.
Correct. Bingo. Play to our strengths. That's what we do. I'd love to claim that, all the learning that these kids did happened at the high school before we left. But honestly, their performance and practices, their emotive musicianship happened on tour. And it elevated to a level that we had not seen. In fact, at the Lark, we had a rehearsal with the National Youth Choir, and they were on stage when they went up first. It's their spot, and they laid down a rehearsal performance that was pretty incredible, and the intimidation factor was very, very real. They didn't mean to, but we got real quiet real quick. But the connection afterwards, we all shared dinner together. Our kids presented each of them with the coins. We had dinner with the directors. The bonding was just phenomenal. And when we took the stage, they didn't have that anxiety, that fear anymore. They knew that they could be there. And they truly did elevate every time we performed. And we found the neatest stories. Concert choir, so we have members from 4 of the 6 ensembles on campus that are eligible to go on tour. And we had singers from all of them. But when we're lucky, then the chorale singers there's enough of them to put some of those songs on tour as well. Concert choir the same way. So concert choir had a song, Caledonia, which kids came rushing back to the bus in Galway and said, we heard a street musician playing and singing that song, which is from Scotland, not from Ireland. And I'm like, oh, that's neat, super cool. We got to Cove and we sang it that day. We didn't sing it in Galway. I wish in hindsight we would have. We got to Cove and we sang it, and the kids came off stage and off the altar off the stage and said there were people singing along in the audience, in the congregation of this church. And I'm like, something is up. I don't know what this story is, but there's something going on. And our tour guide explained it to us that song, while a Scottish song, written by Dougie MacLean, sorry, it was made famous by a Irish singer from Galway who had passed the week before. Oh, wow. So like 9 days from when we should have sung it in Galway, and we just didn't because the night was getting a little long, so we didn't. But we had connections with that song, and it was just a really moving chance to make a connection, and it was accidental. I'd love to say we designed it, but we didn't know. We didn't know the story until we were there and got to experience that. So it was
we
very,
learned
very
too.
cool.
Very good.
Any other questions?
So great.
Anyone else?
I just want to say thank you for the wonderful experiences that you do provide our students. And while we do have great Lakers, I do feel that they emulate their leadership and what you bring to them, because these experiences and the quality of those experiences wouldn't be possible without your planning, your preparation, and I know there's lots of hours put in of unpaid work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Hanani.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Next up will be the Spanish students traveled to Spain during spring break. We'll have Prior Lake High School teacher Maria, L. Brown. Can I just say L. Brown?
You could say Lucherdon Brown.
Lucherdon Brown will recap the trip for us.
Great. Well, the Ireland trip sounded absolutely wonderful. Okay, I think I remember. First of all, good evening. I brought a couple of students with me, so I was just going to kind of go through quickly what we did, and then I wanted them to just share their experience firsthand. So, like you mentioned, we went to Spain over spring break. We went to southern Spain, to be specific. So this is the route, just like choir. We were in a bus quite often, touring around these different areas. So we started in Malaga and made our way around to Granada, Cordoba, Sevilla, and then down and around again. So we started in Malaga. Well, first of all, these were all of our chaperones that went. So these wonderful people, super awesome. So we started in Malaga, and the first day was a travel day, so it was really, I don't quite remember exactly what we did on that day, just being super tired. But we did start off, or we went and we did a lot of city tours. So as much as we were in the bus, I felt we were also walking, a lot of walking, and just seeing a lot of different aspects of all of the different cities. So we went to the Catedral de Malaga, which is just means cathedral. And then from there, we took our trip from Malaga to Granada. And we stopped at this place called Nerja, and you can see the group of kids there. And it was just like a really quick stop to this balcony of Europe. And it's obviously a balcony where you can see this huge, vast part of the Mediterranean. And we, from there, went and stopped at an olive oil museum, so they got to hear about the history of olive oil, families that come and bring their own olives from their olive groves and make olive oil, and then they did some olive oil tasting. Did you have anything you wanted to say? Did you like the olive oil? You have any thoughts?
My name is Chance Hines.
I'm so sorry I did not introduce them. This is Chance and this is Arabella. My apologies.
The olive oil tasting, we were able to test fresh olive oil made with all natural ingredients, and it's a lot different than the olive oil that we're used to here. And we also had something called jamon, which is just ham, but it was just really fun to learn about the process that they use to make the olive oil, and it was very tasty.
Yeah, it was a lot more earthy.
Yeah.
I felt like. And then every night we ate dinner together, so in every city. And so a lot of different Spanish cuisine, which oftentimes when people go, I did this too when I was a lot younger, going to Spain, I had assumptions that the food was going to be like Hispanic food. It is not. It's not anything like that at all. So some of it kids liked, some of it they didn't, but they were always good sports in trying the different foods. So that was a really nice piece to do nightly dinners. So then our next stop was Granada, and Granada actually means pomegranate. So Granada is a beautiful city, very walkable. So kids had opportunities to walk around and just get churros and chocolate and some different things. And then, of course, we had those times filled with a lot of other things that we did, like we went to the Museo de Picasso. And my favorite place was the Alhambra, which at one point it was a fortress, but then it became a palace for the Moors, the Moorish royalty, until 1492. So we were able to go through that, and we had some pretty awesome guides for that one. And there's also some really beautiful gardens that are next to it, so we spent a good chunk of day to that. I can't remember if it was that evening or the next day. We went to a flamenco show, and they call it flamenco in the caves, because a lot of the gypsies, Gitanos that a lot of them live in southern Spain. Some of their homes, they just took and carved out parts of hillsides and created homes there. And so a lot of places, this was a restaurant though too, are built into these caves. And so that's where they have these live performances. And then right outside of that actual spot is a view of that Alhambra. So that's what you see at night, is that upper right-hand side. And the whole time we were there, it's during Semana Santa, which is Holy Week, and so there was a lot of people, depending on where we were, but there was a lot of different processions that took place. So sometimes we could see them, sometimes we couldn't, because they sell seats in the streets, these bleacher seats for people to have the best view. So it's really hard to see some of them. So it depends on what city you were at that you could see. And then from Granada, we took a day trip to Cordoba. And in Cordoba, we went to this mezquita, which is mosque, means mosque. And it's a mezquita catedral, so it's a mix. So it's a mosque, so as you can see on one part, there's all of the Islamic architecture. And then when the Spaniards or the king and queen of Spain took over the remaining part of southern Spain, then is when they started to add on the Christian aspects of it. So then that's the cathedral part of it, and so that's the other side. So there's a lot of mix of the two there. And then around this area too is what's called La Juderia, which is the Jewish quarter. So in all of these aspects, we had a variety of, we call them guides. We had one main guide who was awesome, but we have different guides that split us up to tell us about all of the history. So knowledgeable, very knowledgeable about what these different pieces. And then we ended up in Sevilla, and in Sevilla, we went to the Real Alcázar. Real just means royal. So that also is a mix of Islamic and Christian architecture, and there's actually a specific name for where it was actually the two together. And it's escaping me right now. And then next to the Real Alcázar is these royal gardens, and it's just these huge, vast gardens there. And if anybody's ever watched Game of Thrones, there was a part of that was filmed there. And then if anybody watched Star Wars, which I'm sure many of us have, and I can't remember which aspect of it, my husband would know, but the Plaza de España, there was part of that film there too. But the Plaza de España it used to be for one of their big worlds, or I think country fair, and that's where they have all of the different Spanish provinces just in these little seated areas. It's pretty cool. And that we were there super fast. And the tuna musicians, that was during one of our dinners, and they're just, that was a group that started in, I think, the 13th century. I can't remember. It was like college men who would just kind of do this folkloric singing, and dress up and go entertain. So they were there, and they were pretty entertaining. Well, I thought they were. I don't know. Did you think they were entertaining? Yeah. And then that's just the Giraldataro. And almost getting to the end here, we went to Cadiz. And Cadiz is a port city, and so it's by the Atlantic. So this was a highlight for a lot of kids because we got to have a beach day. So a time spent by the water. They got to see some sunrises. I think that was a sunrise. And this Jerez de la Frontera is kind of like a side trip we took where we went to an equestrian museum that we spent there. So we just spent a couple days in Cadiz, and then, last but not least, we did a day trip to Ronda, which is different. The landscape is very different. It has, it's a lot more mountainous, more cliffs. It's built on a cliff. It's a pretty cool place that I'd love to go back to. And we ended up which really is part of Malaga, but it's called Fuengirola, and that's on the Mediterranean. And so we were able to see the pink moon, which at first, even though it was, 8 o'clock at night, I thought the sun was coming up again, but it's the moon. So that is that. And so here are the Arabella and Chance. Just any highlights, you have any things you wanted to share, or if anybody has any questions.
Okay. So some of the highlights were experiencing a new culture, and being able to embrace myself into said culture. And like my profe said earlier, the food was very unexpected. I tried new food every single day, And I'm not usually a fan of seafood, but we had a seafood platter one night of squid, shark, sardines, and all of that kind of stuff. And that was cool to try the new food. One of the other highlights was when we were at the beach. There was a guy who had his dogs just running around, and I was able to actually have a full-on conversation with him and about his life, how he likes Spain, about his work, about his family, and all of that stuff, which was really fun. It was really cool that I was able to actually talk to someone else that spoke no English. And something that I learned over the trip is that, I learned about the history of Spain. I learned about the history of cathedrals and how they have changed from king to queen to Arabic rule. That was in Cordoba, and I really enjoyed that guide that we had, because the guides that we had the entire trip would answer our questions. They would explain in detail, like, what means what, like, all that stuff, which was just really cool. And if I could go back to Spain, I definitely would again. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Arabella. Oop, my nose just turned off. One of my highlights was our tour guide, like Chance said. His name was Sergio. He was really nice. He definitely made the trip really fun. I also liked exploring the new culture and trying the new foods, even if I didn't like all of them. I liked seeing all the beautiful views and going to Alhambra. That was really fun. I really enjoyed that. And one of the benefits of going on the trip for me was learning more Spanish words and words that are a bit different when you go to Spain than they are here. And then just like Chance said, speaking with native Spanish speakers and actually applying what I learned in school. And my takeaway is probably that I really like Spain. I would want to go back and definitely go to the southern part again, but also explore the northern part, maybe for study abroad. And it was just a really nice trip. I made some new friends. But yeah, I really enjoyed it overall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Board members, any questions? Thank you so much for coming and sharing your trips.
Oh, I was just going to comment.
Yeah,
Thank you to you also for your leadership and for all the hard work you put these trips together. How many students total went on the trip?
36.
36, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and has a parent who's had a student going, not on a Spanish trip, but on a different trip. It's just such an opportunity for our students. That's something that they may never have ever. And like Arabella mentioned, the opportunities, opening up her eyes to those opportunities of study abroad and those type of things are really invaluable. So, muchas gracias and buenas noches.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, students, for coming.
Thank you.
All right, next up we'll have our French presentation. Escape. Okay, escape.
I can't speak French.
Lots of presentations, so where do we find them? Maybe you can hold. Oh, can you click on that one? Okay, merci. Slideshow, okay. Okay, bonsoir, on va parler français un petit peu. I'm Jill Hanson-Folingstad, I teach French at Prior Lake High School, and my awesome College in the Schools through the U of M student, Atticus Bell, is with me. He went on the trip. I had the pleasure of leading 20 students on an 11-day immersion experience in France. We visited primarily Paris and then the Loire Valley in the city of Tours. This is a picture of the high school we actually visited. The students attended 2 days full high school in French, so total immersion. Atticus can speak more to that. And it's called the Lycée Choiseul in Tours in France, which is kind of the start of the Loire Valley. And I have to say it was a kind of a cloudy, rainy day that day, but still beautiful. So we landed in Paris, of course, and then spent a little time that day in Paris as we were dealing with jet lag. And then we took the TGV, the high-speed train, to Tours for 5 days. And so the first day we got there, just to kind of warm up, we went on a boat ride on the Seine. And they did a great job cleaning that up for the Olympics. Did y'all see the Olympics in 2024? It looked so clean. I mean, everything was stellar in Paris right now. I highly recommend a trip. And there's some of the great students on the River Seine. Then, like I said, we went on the high-speed train to Tours. And this was really a highlight of our trip that made it special. Students lived with a French family for 5 days. They were immersed in the language, the culture. That's why they're learning French. So it was a true immersion experience. There's some of our students with their host families, and when we left them, they were literally in tears, many of them. They exchanged gifts and just joy with one another. They plan, hopefully, to continue that relationship. You know, it could be a lifelong friendship that they developed with those families coming here to Minnesota, going back to visit them. There's some more students at the train station with their host families. And then the host family experience, actually, Megan's mom's over there because her sister went on the Spain trip, but Megan went on the France trip, so 2 students going on trips. She taught her French host family how to make chocolate chip cookies. So she brought the ingredients and showed this really fun American treat to her host family, and then they went on some tours of I know it's confusing, tour and tour. They went on tours of the chateau, the castle region, which is right next to Tours. This is actually a couple pictures of the school, and I just want to highlight we have really beautiful schools in Prior Lake Savage, and I think our students realized, wow, things aren't the same around the world, you know? We have beautiful buildings, beautiful conditions. It was kind of a rainy day, but you'll see an old overhead projector in the room, for example, and we don't have any of those anymore. But they were wonderful just to experience the day, experience the culture. Some of the students at the school actually were at a boarding school there, like they lived there during the week because they live far away, so they stay there during the week. That's some of the school. And then maybe I should have Atticus speak to the school a little bit. Do you want to come up here and speak? Because they had a full day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 2 days of school. So maybe you want to speak to that a little bit.
Hi, I'm Atticus. So, yeah, on Monday we got to school just about 7:30, maybe right about 8. We had a breakfast combined with all the French students and all the American students, and it was really, really eye-opening. You know, breakfast over there is a lot different. There's not the same sort of school breakfast we have where it's, fruit juice and entree, and then sometimes a side. It's espresso and croissants. That's their breakfast, and that's usually what they have just about every morning. And, yeah, it was great. So I had art class first hour, and art class over there is a lot different. It's a lot of studying and talking about art rather than making the art, which is pretty eye-opening. It's really different. And then we had a 3.5-hour break. So, yeah.
On one day. Yeah.
One day, yeah. We got to leave the school. It's an open campus. We got to go hang out with some of my host brother's friends. And, yeah, I think school over there is a lot different. I think in general it's a lot harder than the school we have here. It really made me, appreciate the school we have here a lot more. And it's a lot, I think you stay with the same group of kids the whole day. It's sort of like elementary school where you stay with, your whole group. It was great. It was really, really fun.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So Tours is known for their medieval maisons à colombage, which are these medieval timber houses, and a lot of them burned over time, but these are still the original. They're a signature of the city of Tours. And then we went to the chateau. The students went with their families, and I went with Ms. Eggerman, assistant principal at the high school, was our other chaperone. So it was just me and Madame Eggerman, so it was all us. That was visiting one of the castles. And you can't go to France without talking about the food. The food is the best cuisine in the world. There's some lamb, and a lot of students hadn't even tried lamb before, so that was interesting. And of course, like Atticus said, Le Café. We got to visit Notre Dame, the opening of Notre Dame. We were there on Good Friday, Can you imagine? There was a live service going on with Christ's crown of thorns. It was an incredibly moving experience, and we only had to wait in line, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. Another day, the lines were like 5 hours long, so we were very thankful we didn't have to wait that long. And then we went on to Versailles, which is one of course, the grand chateaus of the world. A lot of other castles were modeled after Versailles. I think students really enjoyed walking around there, having a guided tour with our tour guide, Estelle. And then there's some more Versailles and the Chambre de la Reine, the Queen's room. From Versailles, we went back to Paris, and this is the Galerie Lafayette, which is a shopping store. It's a department store in Paris, and it's gorgeous. It's so beautiful. You can see all the haute couture, as well as just average fashion, too. We had a guided tour of the Opéra Garnier. That's the famous opera house in Paris. We didn't get to see the opera, but we got to see the building. And then on to Musée d'Orsay, which is famous for its Impressionist and Post-Impressionist art. Also had a guided tour. And the Statue de Liberté, you know, Statue of Liberty was a gift from France to the United States. And then the Louvre, I didn't get a lot of pictures at the Louvre. I think the students took more pictures, but you can't go to Paris without seeing the largest art museum in the world. The Conciergerie, that really cool Gothic building in the background, is a prison. It used to be a prison where Marie Antoinette and her children were in prison before they were guillotined in the French Revolution. Well, the children weren't, but Marie was. And then, of course, our last night in Paris, we said au revoir to Paris with La Tour Eiffel. We had dinner there at one of the restaurants at the Eiffel Tower. So here are the students all dressed up for dinner. They looked amazing. We had great food, great service. We had trout, veal, which again, a lot of American students hadn't tried before, and a chocolat nougatine dessert. There's Atticus and some of the friends at the Eiffel Tower. Atticus, do you want to speak about that experience a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, the dinner was great. It was really, really fun being all dressed up with friends and going to somewhere just really, really different. I think it's the fanciest restaurant I've ever been to. Yeah, it was really, really cool. It's like crazy high up, so we had to take an elevator to get there, and the elevator was probably 5 minutes of just straight going up. It was wonderful. After dinner, we went and explored the Eiffel Tower for a little bit, and we went up to the penultimate floor, I think. And yeah, it's really, really high up. We got to see the sunset from the second floor, and then we missed the flickering, but we got to see the flickering on the Eiffel Tower while we were on, and it was really, really cool. It was fun being there with friends.
Oh, awesome, thanks. I just have to show some chocolat and the fromage because we were there Easter weekend, so there was candy and chocolat everywhere, and the fromage, amazing. And that's it. That's Au revoir la France. We all can't wait to go back. And I just want to emphasize the American-French partnership we had with the French high school, and we hope to continue that going forward. And that's at the Jardin des Tuileries right outside the Louvre. And I think that's all. So if you have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear. Do you want to speak any more? Or add anything?
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
I think the big takeaway I had from this trip, and I think a lot of me and my friends who went on this trip did, is that we got to, you know, I've been in French for 4 years. This is my 4th year taking French, and it really felt like sort of a culmination of all my learning. You know, we got to use all the French we've learned, and I feel like at Paris we got Englished a lot. You know, people would speak to us in English, but once we got down into tours, like, we spoke no English. It was totally French, and it was a wonderful, like a really, really great experience. It was really fun.
Okay. Well, thanks, y'all, for listening to us.
Well, thank you, and thank you for bringing Atticus.
I know.
It really brings it home when we get to hear from the students. Board members, do you have any questions or anything that you want to share?
Thank
Thank you. Thank you
Did you
so
bring any
much.
chocolate?
I know. I wish I could have. We didn't bring back gifts. I didn't have a lot of room in my bags coming back, but should have brought.
Needed like another suitcase for it.
We'll dream about the chocolate. Thank you.
That's incredible. Okay, next up for our Laker Pride, I'm going to invite, where are we? I invite Jamie Anderson to present the 2026 Spring Grant Awards. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Jamie Anderson. I'm the Executive Director for the Laker Educational Foundation. The Laker Educational Foundation is a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to inspire and serve our PLSAS students and staff by enriching, inspiring creativity and innovation and excellence. And one of the ways that we do this is through our annual grant program. And so this is our second year where we have crashed the classroom of our very deserving award winners. And so this happened last Friday. And so basically we went into classrooms unannounced and let teachers and staff know that they were the winners of awards that they had applied for. So a couple pictures of our event. So this year we had grant winners from Prior Lake High School, both middle schools, Edgewood, and the District Service Center. This year we were able to fund 15 different grant requests. We awarded over $20,000 to our teachers and staff, and this will impact over 2,100 PLSAS students. And so a really cool opportunity this year is we're actually able to impact our youngest learners in our early care programs all the way through the Laker Launch program that will be transitioning back in district next year. So pretty excited that we're able to cover the whole gamut. Again, here are some pictures. We also had a big check. So, you know, big checks are really fun to get. A lot of people just love seeing a big check. And so just a couple pictures of our events on Friday. So we were able to we will be able to purchase new motorhome equipment. We are, again, transitioning and helping the Laker Launch program as they transition their program in-house. We'll be purchasing different leisure and recreational equipment for these students so they can find the love of physical activity and movement. Buying new books. We're really into purchasing books and trying to support a love of reading for our students. And so new novels at the middle schools, family resource bags at Edgewood. So they're going to be creating resource bags for families with their input and having information in these bags that will be helpful for families as they're kind of starting their journey with school and learning childhood development. Flexible seating in one of our EBD classrooms at Hidden Oaks. Adapted books for our life skills learners. So it was also the Unified Track event at the high school, and so there was a lot of activity at the high school this day. So we're actually able to see a lot of the Unified students that will be receiving some of these really great supplies and equipment. But they're adapting books to help with reading for their life skills students. The Unified Coffee Cart, this is a coffee cart that it's going to be at the high school. It's for Unified students and their peers, and they're going to be kind of working on a whole business model and creating this coffee cart and operating it, and then selling coffee to staff. So a special honor for this award, it's actually the Bob Barsness Award. So the Barsness family is a great supporter of LEF and the school district, and Bob passed away this November, and so we wanted to honor him in a special way, and so his family chose the coffee cart as the designee for his award this year. Inclusive yoga for life skills. So she's going to be buying a bunch of different yoga equipment and then doing kind of a train the trainer model and providing more opportunities for life skills students to participate in different yoga activities and exercises. This was at the high school, a brain model biofeedback, so buying different models of the brain and this biofeedback metric tool so students can see their brain level patterns and how they're processing. A pretty cool opportunity for the psychology students. The Art of Annotation, they're going to be purchasing books to help with annotation in the Spanish immersion programs. Improving device access for some of our students at the high school, making sure that they're set up for success when they start their day for learning. Time management and SEL supports. So this came from the guidance counselor's office. So again, buying supplies and equipment that will help students with some executive functioning and organization so they again are set up for success for their day to learn. The language lab, they're going to be purchasing some gamified linguistics software that will help students again engage in exploring the English language in ways that are a little bit more exciting and more appealing to how they learn. And we'll be supporting the PLSAS Community Powwow, so happy to contribute to this event as well with other partners. In addition, so another way that we are really working to strive to make our impact with our students and in our community is we have a Laker Impact Award. And so it's kind of a capital campaign. We pick a different organization, and we really work to raise money for this organization to meet kind of a bigger goal that's going to reach a greater amount of students. And so the recipient of the Laker Impact Award from now until we meet our goal is the Everybody's Playground group. And they were going to share a little bit more information, so I won't steal their thunder. We're really excited. So far, we've raised up to $30,000 that we'll be able to donate to Everybody's Playground, and we'll continue working on our fundraising to meet our goals. Okay, any questions?
Board members, any questions or comments for Jamie?
Great job.
Well, congratulations to
Thank
all
you
the
again.
recipients, and thank you for supporting all the innovation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most definitely.
thank you. Thank you. And to close out tonight's Laker Pride portion of the meeting, we'll have Director Chuka. They got it? Okay.
We've got it.
Defer to Principal Glenn. Yeah. And the Everybody's Playground Initiative.
Chair Bullion, Dr. Thomas, board directors, we are so excited to be here. This has been a 2-year event in the running to come and present to you a little bit about Everybody's Playground. What a rock star lineup for Laker Pride tonight. So excited to be a part of that. And I'm with 3 awesome parents, Tracy Fleming from Glendale, Michelle Lindell from Jeffers Pond, and Katie Kelch from Red Tail. And together we're going to share with you a little bit about Everybody's Playground.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. As Patrick said, my name is Tracy Fleming, and I'm a parent at Glendale. So I want to share with you today what is Everybody's Playground. We believe that all kids deserve to have equal opportunities to play with their peers, and we're just really committed to updating the Prior Lake Savage Elementary School playgrounds to make them accessible for all students. Kids learn so much in the classroom thanks to the amazing teachers that we have in this district, but we also know that so many important life skills are learned on the playground. We want our students that have cognitive and or physical disabilities to be able to learn social skills and confidence and have the experience of being included playing with their non-disabled peers. They do so much playing and learning together, and it's just such a wonderful experience to see these kids joining together with their non-disabled peers and learning from them, learning from each other. We want the general education population to learn kindness, compassion, and inclusion. And they really do get that when they play and interact with their peers that may have some special needs. Some of this is really already taking place in our schools. We have a fabulous unified program. It really sets our district apart. It makes our district a wonderful place to be. And we believe that these playgrounds are an important and really needed extension of that inclusive school culture that the unified program has already begun to establish in our district.
Hello. This all started 2 years ago when my daughter Claire transferred from Red Tail to Jeffers Pond. A lot of the students were not familiar with students like Claire being in a wheelchair, nonverbal, needing nurse attention throughout the day. When they went to recess, they always asked why Claire couldn't come on the playground with them. Why did she always have to stay on the blacktop? Because Claire is nonverbal, I did not know that this was going on, but her nurse who accompanies her to school told me that the kids are asking. A week later, the kids are still asking. The kids want to play with Claire, and they're not able to, and they want to know why. So I said, okay, I hear you. I went to Mr. Glenn, and Mr. Glenn said, I hear you as well. Let's listen to the kids, the second grade friends that want to play with their peers. And so here we are, we listened, and now we have this wonderful initiative for you.
So the Everybody's Playground has 2 main objectives. Number 1 is to resurface a portion of all the playgrounds here in Prior Lake Savage area schools with the ability for all students that have mobility challenges to be able to access the playground area. So many of our playgrounds right now have chips on that, and that chip area is really challenging for anybody that has mobility challenges. That updating of the chips means to put a porous surface in it. If you've been to the Ponds Park, you've seen they're spongy, soft. It's able to handle water go through that. So that is our goal, to be able to do that. The second objective is to put some updated equipment that allows our students with special needs to interact with their gen ed peers. It'll be a wonderful opportunity to engage in some new equipment. And we're excited because that's what the students have asked for as well.
So there are different phases to this project, and right now we are on phase 1, which is putting together part of the Jeffers Pond playground. A lot of the equipment is great. We don't need a whole new playground. We need a portion of the playground that will make it accessible and inclusive for all. So as you can see by this rendering, we have worked with Weber and Miracle to get the poured in place foundation set up, and then some accommodations for play for the kids to interact together, whether it be music or spinning. We really took a lot of consideration into all students, students with ADHD, students with mobility issues, students with communicative issues, and so we really wanted to make sure that this part of the playground would be accessible for all.
Two specific things I want to point out, this number rack concept. This is the same example of what we use in our curriculum, our Bridges curriculum right now at the primary level. So gen ed classrooms can go out to the playground at Jeffers Pond and are going to be able to use that as part of their math curriculum. We wanted to make sure we tie that together. And then the communication board is specific to the board maker cues and pictures that are used in our curriculum and our life skills program. We modeled that so what is taught in the building can be used outside of the building as students go and be able to communicate, if they're nonverbal specifically, of what they want to do on the playground. And that is being replicated as much as we can across the district.
Glendale is the other school that gets to go in phase 1, so we're pretty excited about that. We are paired in the different phases. We're paired as schools because the playground manufacturer, or Weber Recreation, gives us a 25% discount for doing 2 schools at once. And that is huge because we're raising every single dollar to fund these playgrounds. So we're really thankful that they did that. So at Glendale, you can see our rendering there. Once again, we're not replacing all of the equipment we've got. We're adding this poured-in-place surface right through the middle there. You can see the green area. We're also adding a few new clusters of equipment. And when choosing the equipment, we really prioritized at Glendale choosing pieces that would truly allow all kids to play together. That theme, we just really want to hit that hard because, these are not pieces that can only be used by students with special needs. That would be a really small number of the population, obviously still important, but they're not pieces that are just for kids with special needs. They're not pieces that can be used by one student at a time. They're pieces that will just really encourage the interaction of several students, disabled and non-disabled, all playing together at the same time.
At the moment, this is where we have our financials. The cost for phase 1 is $253,000. Right now, Jeffers Pond was committed to raise $73,000, and we've done that. Glendale is raising up to $100,000, and they are getting there. They're on their way. There are some pathways to make that happen, and we're so excited that the LEF Impact Grant, where'd Jamie go? I can't say enough about the LEF stepping up and helping us really get this going. I don't think we had a vision to make this happen without their support. And so we're excited. Their commitment is $80,000 for phase 1, and we're working towards that right now.
You can also go to the Food Truck Festival in a couple of weeks to help support.
Very good.
I'm part of phase 2, which is Red Tail and Five Hawks. We are actively raising money. Each playground is costing around, I would say, $120,000 to $150,000, depending on the needs of the playground, the equipment. Each playground at each school is also different, so it's not the same playground across the board. I will say, too, one thing about these playgrounds is a lot of us parents with kids with special needs, it takes a little bit to get your kids used to school, and we practice going to school, and we go over this summer to get them used to being in the school environment, being in the playground is one of the areas, that's open that we can access. So we use these playgrounds all year round. So it'll be just so amazing to have this as part of our community. So thank you to everybody. We have a very supportive community, whether that be within the district and outside the district. We have Miracle League here, we have Darby's Dancers, we have Unified, young athletes with community ed. So we have a community that's very supportive of our students with special needs. And we just have great students who want to, participate and be with kids who have needs that are not their own. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any space for any comments or any board members have any comments or questions that you want to add? I think this is really meaningful work. We thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for sharing with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Thomas to provide the superintendent's report.
Chair Bolian, board directors. Just a couple of things this evening. Want to share with our community that I had my annual realtors meeting this last week and shared important updates around the district and also learning from our area experts about housing trends in the area and hearing or understanding what they're hearing from families as they're choosing Prior Lake Savage area communities to live. That was really beneficial. I always enjoy that. We also had our annual Athena Award luncheon last Friday in Keely Moling, three-sport athlete in lacrosse, cross-country, and track, and she's the team captain and role model for her peers. She was honored from our district that day. It was a beautiful luncheon and just amazing looking at all these young athletes and the leaders that they are all throughout the Twin Cities, especially our own Keely. So Keely's going to continue her academic journey at Butler University next year. So congratulations to her as she goes out to make a splash in the world. And I also want to, excuse me, fighting a little cold, like to also recognize our Dakota language students. 4 of our Laker teams completed in the 4th annual Hokakata Tea Dakota Language Bowl, and they went head-to-head with 31 teams from across the region, and they included teams from Canada as well as an immersion school from South Dakota, and our students first and 4th place in the beginner division, and then 4th place in the intermediate division. And just want to thank Freddie, our Dakota language teacher. I'm very proud of his leadership and the students for representing our community and honoring the Dakota language and culture and showcasing all of their hard work for these past couple of years. And then lastly, I'd like to, last week we kind of got ourselves in trouble by wishing Martha a well-deserved retirement after 33 years of service. And now I want to officially welcome Danny Kleist, who is serving as the executive assistant supporting the superintendent's office as well as the school board. And this is her first night flying solo. So congratulations, Danny. We are grateful to have you aboard. She's also a wealth of many decades of knowledge about all things Prior Lake Savage area schools. She's worked in community education as well as the Office of Teaching and Learning most recently. So congratulations, Danny, and excited to work with you.
Thank you, Danny.
And that is my report for tonight.
All right, thank you, Dr. Thomas. And next up, we have 2 proclamations. The first one is on Youth Appreciation Week. Director Smith, would you be so kind to read that proclamation?
You know I would. Whereas the vast majority of youth are concerned, knowledgeable, and contributing partners within the community, and whereas the accomplishments and achievements of these young citizens deserves the recognition and praise of the community, and whereas Optimus International has since 1954 developed and promoted a program entitled Youth Appreciation Week, and whereas the citizens of Prior Lake Savage Area School District have indicated a desire to join the Optimists in expressing appreciation and approval of the contributions of youth. The District 719 Board of Education does hereby proclaim the 2nd week of May as Youth Appreciation Week in the district. By this action, let it be known that we have faith in the ability of today's youth as they assume responsible roles in the future of humankind. Do I read the last part? Because it's got your name on it.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't should open it.
I'll go.
All right.
Now, therefore, I, Dustin Smith, that should be you. That should be you.
Well, I'll say now, therefore, I, Amy Bullion, chairperson of the Prior Lake Savage Area Schools Board of Education, hereby proclaim the second week of May 2026 as Youth Appreciation Week in the Prior Lake Savage Area School District. Wonderful.
We did it.
We did it. All right. And then I think that we have to remind the board members there is an Optimist Luncheon on the 13th, and that there will be an RSVP for that, so I'll send out that reminder. Next up, our proclamation is on the National Speech and Language Pathologist Week. Director Mason, would you be so kind to read that?
Yep. Whereas May is nationally recognized by the American Speech Language Hearing Association as Better Hearing and Speech Month, honoring the important work of speech language pathologists and audiologists, and whereas speech language pathologists, audiologists, and teachers of the deaf, hard of hearing support students in developing communication, language, and hearing skills essential for learning and connection. And whereas these professionals are valued members of our student support teams who collaborate with educators and families to promote student success. Now, therefore, the Prior Lake Savage Area School Board of Education proclaims May 2026 as Better Hearing and Speech Month and proudly highlights the Speech Language Pathologist Appreciation Week, May 18th through the 22nd, 2026, in recognition of their dedication and service to our students.
Thank you. Next up, we have open forum. At this time, we will open the public forum. Citizen input is important to the work of the board, and we thank speakers for your engagement. We ask that you respect the 3-minute time limit, and please speak in the manner in which you prefer to be spoken to. Our first speaker tonight is, Atticus Beal. Is that correct? He maybe felt like he was. Well, we got to hear from Atticus, and he did so good. Okay, so we'll move to. And this one does not have a name on it. Speaker that wrote budget cuts and related effects.
Introduce myself. I'm Tyler Sheridan. I'm better known as Coach Sheridan. It's my 5th season as a volunteer track coach on the Prior Lake High School team for the boys. I also have 2 children in this district. Good evening and thank you. I've been around for a while, and I just learned our district's mission. I gotta say I really like it. It's to inspire and empower each student to reach their full potential. And one of the most effective ways to do that is something I tell my student athletes a lot, is surround yourself with good people and good things happen. All right. Unfortunately, we are losing one of those good people. Our head track coach, who leads a roster of 130 student athletes, also serves as an assistant varsity football coach. And his key teaching position was cut. On paper, and I get it, budget cuts are hard. It is what it is. It's just a position being cut. But it's not just a staffing change, it's a loss of daily mentorship and leadership for a large group of our students. And while budget cuts may be part of the reason, it's one example of my broader concern, really the reason I'm here, is it seems like the reality is that tenure seems to outweigh, or ends up outweighing impact that people make. And if the main question in staffing cuts is, well, who's been here the shortest, we risk losing some of the most impactful adults in our students' lives. If we continue down that path, we shouldn't be surprised when we lose the very people who connect best with kids, lead programs, and truly live out our district's mission of inspiring and empowering each student to reach their full potential. Now, I know that cuts are necessary, and when they are necessary in the future, I just urge our district leaders and our decision makers to move away from a seniority-based approach and adopt one that also includes clear, consistent, perhaps a point system criteria, such as leadership, that includes leadership roles, mentorship responsibilities, and involvement in student programs. Those are clearly defined contributions that should be explicitly factored into staffing decisions. That way, instead of asking who's been here the shortest, we'll be asking who's helping fulfill our mission best. And those are the people that none of us can afford to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Trinette Johnston on the survey results.
Good evening. My name is Trinette Johnston, and I am a parent of a first grader at Jeffers Pond and the newly elected PTC president for the 26-27 school year. I'm here tonight representing the concerns of many district families on issues that are not individual frustrations, but are systemic challenges that have been consistently identified across our parent community. I want to begin with what is quite simply the most urgent issue facing our schools: class size and staffing ratios. Elementary classrooms with 29 to 30 students per teacher represent an immediate crisis. This degree of overcrowding creates an undeniable barrier to learning and puts unreasonable strain on our teachers who are doing their very best under conditions that do not support success. Decades of research demonstrate that students in smaller classrooms consistently outperform their peers in larger classrooms across reading, math, and long-term academic achievement. Personally, I have witnessed families in Prior Lake choose private school or open enrollment in other neighboring districts specifically because our district has developed a bad reputation for unmanageable class sizes. Overcrowding also affects the physical and emotional learning environment for students. As a parent who volunteers in the classroom each and every week, I can tell you firsthand that these classrooms are not designed to hold this many children. Just last week, we were notified that Jeffers Pond went into a hold to support a student situation. While I'm grateful that these safety protocols are put in place and that they exist, we need to be honest about the conditions that make them likely, which is high class sizes. Now I want to shift briefly and talk about district fiscal stability by sharing with you just how our Prior Lake families respond when needs go unmet. 2 years ago, a group of parents created a self-run co-ed flag football team because there was a clear gap in what was available for our children here in the district. Since then, we've more than doubled in size with over 67 families each week. This league exists because a groundswell of highly organized grassroots families have recognized a need and stepped up to take action for their children. This same group of fully engaged and committed grassroots parents showed up powerfully in our recent survey by responding that they would support the highest proposed operating levy increase of $67 per month. It's clear that they overwhelmingly believe our current budget challenges are symptoms of deeper structural district issues. The message is clear. We must reduce class sizes. We must fully support educators and preserve meaningful student experiences like the ones we heard tonight. And the only way to do this is by passing an operational levy that will provide the resources our children need. We're asking all 7 members of this board to work together to gain broad constituent support, specifically from residents without children who are key to securing this levy. Supported students and strong schools benefit everyone in this community. Your own board government statement commits you to advancing student achievement and proactively addressing issues that affect local education. Tonight, I'm asking you to make good on that commitment. Our students and our teachers deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph Bamer on the administration. Did I say your name right?
No, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, up here again, so yeah, my student's been in here a couple of times, so it's pronounced Beamer. Beamer, kind of like the BMW, but it's spelled B-O-E-H-M-E-R. I am very public, and you can find me. Basically, I'll follow up with you just said. Let me just read it straight off of your website. The board, with community input, thank you very much, I'm here, so envisions the educational future of its community and then formulates the goals and defines the outcomes and sets the course for its district. It's supposed to be effective, two-way communications to build trust and support among the community. You have failed. Every single one of you have failed. The board, so you're supposed to build trust and support for the board as well. You guys can't even do that. You have failed to do it with the superintendent. He's gone. Thank you. Appreciate that. Round of applause for you. It's amazing. And I'll thank you too, community, because that's your fault. Staff, students, again, failure. Two-way communications, absolute disgrace. So that's the focus. Put forth community-wide concerns and values that best support student achievement rather than being overly influenced by special interests. Failure. Obi, you are not. You are the exact opposite in what this community wants to put forth. It's an amazing achievement. What we've done for the past, hour and 20 minutes have put forth amazing students. That's what this community has done. And you have stared them in the face. Look at that coin. Hold it in your hand. That's right there in front of you. That was given to you guys. Throw it in the fucking trash. Because you looked them in the face right here as they stood and presented, and you're cutting them. Right here in front of you, you're cutting them. It's a failure. It's amazing. So you have failed on every single one of those, and you can't provide what you have sworn an oath to do. Well, thank everybody in town. Moms for Liberty. I don't know, what do we got? Coyotes, the Suns, Jackals. I don't know what the hell else we got in here, but the political divide in this community is sickening. And it's in the board, it's everywhere. Political divide is dividing this town. It's something I left in the 90s when I grew up in a town of 900 people, merged with another town of 400, just so I could have a class size of 32. I didn't have these opportunities, Obi. None of it. None of these that were presented for an hour and 20 minutes. I had zero of those opportunities. We are cutting a pool. We are cutting swim team. We are cutting choir, band. We're closing an effing school. It is not what you have sworn to do. It is not what this community is doing. Dr. Thomas, you were a DEI hire to this town, and I apologize to that. But this town did that. And I don't take anything against you for chasing opportunities. And as you have stated, people do want to live here, but people are leaving to find other different schools because they're better opportunities that you are stripping away. Opportunities I've given my kids for Spanish immersion up on the chopping blocks. You closed your school. That's amazing to me when I never had any of those opportunities. I came here for that reason, to give my kids those better opportunities, because it was something we never had. It's ridiculous.
Mr. Beamer?
Well, Cole, no.
Here's three.
I don't really care. If you think you're going to come up here with the rest of these and just come, now you're going to have a backbone when everybody runs over their time up here, you're not going to have any part of this gavel. If we're going to come here and teach our kids as a Boy Scout, on my honor, I will do my best to do my duty. Girl Scout, I will do my best to be honest and fair. The Rotary, who has given money to everybody's playground. I am part of all of this. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? And you swore an oath to do the same. You can't. Do it. For you churchies that are out there, James 2:14-17. Faith without action is dead. If you're going to come up here and run your mouth and not do anything to support it behind, why do you give money to the church? Why are we doing any of this? Because it means nothing when you run your mouth and don't support anything behind you. When you said, oh, we thank you. Thank you, choirs. Thank you. And you're cutting them. We had a track. Hey, thanks, appreciate it. Bye. You're not essential because we need small class sizes. And these cuts are not necessary because all we needed was a levy to pass. And you guys gave misinformation to this community so that they voted with the wrong information. That's your fault. It's not the community's fault. That's yours because you failed on your oath when you swore to take that seat, to build trust with this community. And you have failed it. Time and time again, you have failed it. I'm a father, 2 kids. They're all states. They're in this. They get recognized up here like everybody else. And I am in here as a parent. I am here as a booster. I am here as a Rotarian, a Cub Scout, a Boy Scout, and everything. I support this community. I support these students in every activity that is here. And I will put my goddamn money where it belongs to prove it. This right here is a sponsorship for the PAA to sponsor our activities that you are cutting. Right there, the choir. I will be a gold sponsorship level, and it will say when you go up there to all of our activities, so everyone that's band, choir, when they have speech, debate competitions, everything, it will say gold member sponsorship, the Beamer family. And you will effing remember me.
Thank you, Mr. Beamer. You have over twice as long as
Oh,
everyone
good.
else.
I thank you.
Thank you for
running
speaking.
it like it should be. Remember that when everybody else runs over their time. Run the meeting like it should be. And take that up with every person on every side.
Thank you, Mr. Beamer. Thank you for speaking. Next up, we have the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So made.
By Director France, do I have a second?
Second.
By Director Olstad. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Next up, we have the consent agenda. It includes routine items, including financials, purchases over $25,000, monthly financial report, enrollment report, approval of minutes, and personnel items. Any board member may request removal of an item prior to approval. Are there any items to be removed?
Yes, Chair Bullion. I would like to pull 10F2, specifically just the addendum to the superintendent employment contract.
So 10F.
I think it's under 10F2.
2. Okay, and then any others?
Director Bullion, 10C, monthly financial reports.
And 10C, we will move 10F, 2, and 10C to the top of new business. All right, so with that amendment, well, we have a motion, correct? We have a motion and a second. Is that correct? Yeah. So all in favor of approving the consent agenda less 10F2 and 10C, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 10-0. Thank you.
7-0.
7-0. Thank you. All right. Next up. We move to the resolution for acceptance of gifts. Let me get there 1 second here. Thank you. All right. Next, I'll make a motion to accept the resolution for acceptance of gifts. Can I get a second?
Second. So made.
By
Second.
Director Olsted, thank you very much. We will take a roll call vote for this. The donations are as follows. Jill Kufrin for $50 for Everybody's Playground. And the following donors will go toward the technology education at Prior Lake High School, and they include Northern Tool, a $15,000 value for tools and equipment, ABC Building Supply and Lyman Lumber, a $1,300 value for safety apparel, Blue Vera and Mortensen Construction, a $4,500 value for materials and tools, Napa Auto Parts, a $15,000 value for tools for auto and welding labs, Ryan Companies, a $13,000 value for tools and construction materials, and finally, White Oak, a $45,000 value for Woods Labs. Again, acceptance by roll call vote is requested. I will start with you, Director Atkinson.
With gratitude, aye.
Aye. Director Johnson.
With gratitude and thanks, aye.
Director Mason.
Aye. Thank you.
Director Olsted.
Aye, thank you.
Director France.
Aye.
Director Smith.
Aye.
And aye, that passes 7-0. Okay, moving on. Next up is personnel items. I will entertain a motion and a second to approve.
So made.
By Director Olsted.
Second.
And a second by Director France. Before discussion, I'll turn it over to Director Cawthorn to present.
Good evening, Chair Bullion, Superintendent Thomas, and Board Directors. In front of you have some additional staffing needs. The need has been identified for coaching support within the track and field program focused on pole vaults and jumps. This adjustment would align the structure of the program by balancing the number of assistant coaches across the boys and girls team. The cost would be absorbed through a reallocation of existing funds.
Any questions or discussions by board members? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second on the table for the co-curricular coach. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 7-0. All right. The consent items that were pulled, we will move first to item 10F2. Sorry. That is the superintendent resignation. Director Mason?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, I think it's important to take this from consent. I think it's, not routine and something that needs to be discussed. I had raised concerns. I guess I expected a letter of resignation instead of an addendum to the employment contract. So, I think this is a resignation or termination and shaded by Dr. Thomas. It's not a mutually agreed upon departure or modification to his contract. So I guess, my concern is just, Dr. Thomas is our one employee of the board. His contract and notice period it explicitly states clearly that there's a 90-day advance notice period. And I think that, the communication that went out initially stating the June 30th date, without discussion and alignment to that 90-day notice period. I have checked many other SI contracts, and I think it's pretty common to see that, that statement around the advance days notice, 120 days. I've even seen 6 months in some of them. So while I appreciate your service to our district, and this isn't personal, I think it's really putting us in a hard place. And, I don't see how approving this addendum and allowing, a shorter notice period is in the benefit of our community and our students specifically. and that's who we serve. So, you know, we have a lot of important business coming up over the next couple of months, few months, and also it would have, you know, these are in here for a reason to give the board time to replace the position. And I don't feel like we have that now with the shorter notice period. So I just wanted to raise that this evening. So I'm not sure, you know, I'm not in favor of this as an addendum. I don't think we've seen a resignation notice yet, and I'm not sure if we will, but just questions around that.
Any other board members, feedback, questions?
Go ahead.
I was going to say that it's a little misleading to say that the only option, and there was 90 days, that was option C for termination under A, B, and C. And I think what we're exercising is another option within the contract, which is very, very common in its standard language.
So option C is in the scenario that Thomas terminates the contract, which is what is occurring here. And it says explicitly by providing the 90 days. So I think, you know,
So what
he's
is
trying to
option
ask-
A and B?
Right, so he's trying to ask us to make an addendum to the contract instead of resigning, which I think is, you know, a big ask for us. It doesn't benefit our community and our students. And I think it doesn't allow us time.
So
It's not
Director
typical from what
Mason,
I've heard.
that was option C, but option A and B were also in there. There were 3 options for terminations of
So
the contract.
Option A would apply when it's modified by a mutual written consent, and option B would apply when the school board discharges, which this scenario is not either case. So option C is when he is initiating the termination.
Well, option A is by mutual consent when he,
And
when
that's
he
now what
leaves.
he's asking
And
for.
that is what he's asking for. So there were 3 options in the contract. I just want to make that clear. That wasn't that there's no contract written in the state that requires someone to stay for 90 days, regardless of the circumstances.
I'm not sure that that's actually the case. This explicitly states that, you know, with his initiated termination, that we would be providing an advance notice period. Again, it typically protects the employer to allow sufficient time for replacement. So I just feel like, again, it's not in the best interest of our district and our students, and it doesn't give us sufficient time to find a replacement, or it makes it much more challenging, so.
Any other board members?
Yeah, I have several questions. My concern, much like what Director Mason raised, is actually changing the terms of agreement from a resignation to a mutual separation agreement. And because that's what that's what your intent is, correct, Dr. Thomas? That's what the addendum, that's the intent of the addendum. Okay. So my question is, if Dr. Thomas is requesting to change the contract terms from a resignation to a mutual separation agreement, what type of impact does that have to the balance of his contract being paid out regarding salary and benefits?
Have any, excuse me, I know you've asked this in the past, Director Atkinson, about severance, and I shared that there are no clauses like that in my contract, so there is no payout. You know, any of my unused vacation or sick time is forfeited. And yes, to Director Francis' point, option A, so first of all, I did share a letter of intent to separate with Director of HR, and I shared in that letter that I would be following up with an amendment to my contract to present to the board for discussion to exercise Clause A of my contract, that it's modified by mutual written consent of the school board and Thomas. So there wasn't a reversal of resignation that a couple of you are asserting. This is a conversation around option A, or Clause A.
Thank you. Another question I have is, does this request have any impact on pending and future litigation? And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because it is my understanding that with any pending or future litigation, that since we're changing it to a mutual separation agreement versus a resignation, it was recommended to put in a cooperation agreement to ensure that Dr. Thomas will fully cooperate with our district in connection with any current and future claims, investigations, or litigation arising from employment with our district. While I understand, just one other thing, while I understand an employee may offer to cooperate, there's a big difference between participating in litigation versus a commitment to their full cooperation. And I'm wondering if we could make a motion to add a cooperation agreement, given the situation in our district. And I sent an example of a cooperation agreement to Dr. Cawthorn, and did ask that they be shared with the board, but I don't believe it was.
I have a clarifying question. Are we able to talk about litigation right here?
I don't think we're talking about it. We're just trying to protect our district.
Well, we are talking about it though. So I just want to make sure, can we just pause for a minute and make sure that we can talk about it?
Yeah, I invited, we have Marcus Jardine, from the district's law firm of Squires, Walsberger, and Mace. I invited him to the meeting to answer any of these potential questions that the board might have.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Marcus Jardine. I'm happy to answer any questions about the ongoing litigation. I mean, we can't discuss, obviously, district litigation strategy or anything attorney-client privileged, but I mean, in terms of Dr. Thomas's obligations to the district in any litigation, I mean, I think I can speak in generalities to what typically happens in these types of cases, if that's helpful. So, you know, typically in a case like this, and I don't know a lot about the pending litigation, and that's probably a good thing, since this is a public meeting. But I know that Dr. Thomas is a named defendant in the case, and I believe it's public information, so it's being sued in his private and public or official capacity. And so I guess from a litigation standpoint, you know, it would be typically in his best interest, and I believe it's actually part of his contract, that the district will offer indemnity and provide legal counsel. So, I mean, that's what I would just say generally. And I do have a copy of the litigation support agreement. I've not seen something like this, but like, you know, we, of course, our firm would be more than happy to review it and make any suggestions on the benefits or detriments it might have. I just haven't had time to personally go through it and make any sort of legal judgment on it. But you know, in terms of contracting and the superintendent's contract, I mean, parties are generally free to contract as they see fit. And so, you know, you have a superintendent contract, and you know, I'm kind of getting off the question here, but just that for the contract that you have, I think it's you know, I guess my general legal standpoint would be it's sort of the board's decision, but you know, I'm happy to answer legal questions about anything.
So am I hearing you correctly to say that there is nothing out of the, nothing to be concerned about, or nothing out of the what may normally happen when a superintendent such as Dr. Thomas is offered another position in another district, for how this process is playing out? Is there any concern for the board as far as how it is being presented, how the mutual separation is being presented to the board per his contract?
Sorry, do you mean in the litigation piece, or?
Well, we've gone to two questions. We've had a concern regarding, Director Mason, you had a concern regarding the 90 days. And then Director Atkinson, am I correct in saying you had a concern regarding the pending litigation?
No, I think two concerns. Changing from a mutual separation to a resignation. How does that change the payout? And how does that change the future or pending or future litigation in our relationship with Dr. Thomas? And should we pursue a cooperation agreement just to ensure that we have his cooperation in future litigation proceedings?
Well, I'll start with how it's framed, whether it's a resignation or if it's a mutual separation. I guess like from a legal standpoint, like the way that I read the contract, it doesn't necessarily make a difference because I believe both are considered to be a termination. So it's just whether, you know, in one of them we're saying that Dr. Thomas is a voluntary participant in that termination, and the other, you know, it would be, I guess it would be like a resignation, but it's still a termination. It's just like he's deciding to do that. And the way that I read the contract, right, is that like when I go through it, I read it before I came here, is that everything is triggered by that termination. So like, for example, like, you know, his salary payments will stop, obviously. The matching retirement payments, I believe, stop after he first gives notice. I'm not sure when that was, but whenever that notice is made of his intent to terminate, that's when the matching retirement would stop, for example. You know, and he was, my interpretation of the contract, that his interpretation of the contract that he gave is correct, from my opinion. There is no entitlement to any sick leave, no matter how we frame it. I mean, if it's, you know, I would consider it to be, if you do the mutual consent thing, it's still a termination. It's just he's a voluntary participant in that termination. And he doesn't get any sick leave in that. There's no vacation accrual. I mean, I suppose that I don't know if Dr. Thomas has vacation time. I suppose he could use some before he leaves, but there's nothing in the contract that would entitle him to have any, like, payout of his vacation time. There's nothing in there that would entitle him to that. And so like, when I go through the contract, I guess, long story short, I don't really see any difference in how it's framed. I think that what matters is that his contract is being terminated.
Does that suffice your question?
Well, that answers the first part. What about the cooperation agreement for future litigation, which would be probably your area of expertise, given your representation?
I mean, like, I'll say, like, I'll be honest, I've never seen something exactly like that before, but, I mean, there's nothing that, like, inherently would, like, prevent the board from signing a document like this. Like, you could. This particular document, like I said, we would just need time to consider it and whether it's something that we would advise or not. But, I mean, speaking in generalities, I'll just say, in general, you know, litigation takes a long time. Like, we have lawsuits going on for, you know, conduct that occurred pre-COVID, and it's not uncommon for a superintendent or an administrator or principal to move on to a new job. And it does get a little bit muddy, right? Because, you know, it's all about, like, who's the client. Like, we have those conversations, but we take the position that we represent that person even when they depart and go to a different position, and that does happen pretty often. And, you know, like, typically the interests are aligned. And like I said, I don't know a whole lot about this particular lawsuit. I skimmed the complaint before I came here tonight, but from what I've seen of that lawsuit, my belief is that Dr. Thomas's interests are aligned with the board's. You know, and there's also, like, you know, the MDE has professional, like, if you're worried about anything else, like, there's a professional code of conduct for administrators, and one of those is that, like, you know, an administrator at a school district can't, you know, go walk around giving out attorney-client privilege information, because that would violate their duties, their ethical duties. But I mean, that being said, if there's additional things that you don't believe those are protecting, you know, there's nothing, like I said, parties can continue the contract as they see fit. So if the board wanted to consider something like this, there's nothing preventing you from doing that. I would just say, from a legal standpoint, I would advise that you have legal counsel review it, make recommendations and edits and that sort of thing. But, and I'm sorry, I think there was one more. Did I answer everybody's question?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep, I believe so. Well, thank you for your counsel. I think directors, if there's no other motion, I will take a motion to accept.
I got a quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure, Director
Yep, so
Johnson.
I know we marked off C here. Is there a reason we have both A and B, or does it have to be a combination, or how does that?
I didn't mark off C.
Well, it's lined out. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're talking about on the
I'm
amendment. I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
thought you were
the
talking about.
amendment. I apologize.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't clear on that. So
Yeah,
C is,
sorry.
C is lined out. So, to me, right, it was just pointed out, there's three different options. And now, are we going with option A or option B?
The amendment that's in the board book is for option A.
Yeah, the addendum, the way I understand
The addendum is
it-
for option A.
Okay.
Maybe if I could restate, because the way I understand it is that the addendum is asking to remove that 90-day advance notice period.
Okay, maybe that's where I was
that
confused at.
correct?
Yep.
The addendum essentially changes the date on the contract to end June 30th,
June 30th.
2026.
Okay.
Mentioned the option that we are going with, which is to accept his resignation as a mutual, and basically to move on. So that is very typical.
So, giving that, I'm going to take a motion and a second to approve the resignation as listed in our packet.
So made.
With the number and letter of the option on the
As
consent
presented.
agenda.
As presented.
As presented,
yes.
yes. I will take a motion and a second.
So made.
By Director France and a second by Director Smith. All in favor
No,
say.
Chair Bolian, point of order, there's
please.
discussion after your motion
Oh,
and second.
sorry.
I would
Any
like
discussion?
to, yes, I'd like to amend the motion to include in the addendum a cooperation agreement to be added to the addendum.
Is there a second for that motion?
I mean, I would like to see what that looks like. I guess I haven't seen it. I don't know that there's any harm in including that or not, right? I mean, if it helps us ensure that we will have representation if needed down the road, is there harm in that? I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I guess.
Again, is there a second to that?
Yes.
Second.
Yeah.
event? Okay, so Director Atkinson, you asked for an amended motion to include, again, can you restate that?
To include in the addendum that we will be including a cooperation agreement. And the cooperation agreement can come to the board at the next meeting, but I would like a line in the addendum to include a cooperation agreement.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to amend the motion to include a cooperation agreement. All in favor, should we take a roll call vote for this? We'll take a roll call vote. We'll start with you, Director Atkinson.
Aye.
Director Johnson.
Aye.
Director Mason?
Aye.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
I'm,
Director Olsted.
go ahead. I'm not sure that I would support this addendum regardless, so I would like to see the corporation agreement, yes, but.
Okay, nay.
Director France?
Nay.
Director Smith?
Nay.
And I am a nay. So the amendment to the motion fails 4-0, or 4-3, I'm sorry. So then we'll go back to, the motion on the table is to accept the termination of the contract as presented in our board book. I will do that by a roll call vote as well. We'll start with you, Director Smith.
Aye.
Director France?
Aye.
Director Olsted?
Aye.
Director Mason?
Nay.
Director Johnson?
Nay.
Director Atkinson?
Nay.
And I am an aye, so that passes 4-0. 4-3, thank you, 4-3. And then The other item pulled from consent was item 10C, the monthly financial report. Director Atkinson.
Thank you. I sent in a couple questions that I'm hoping that Director Ryder can help to answer in the public here. Sure. And it's regarding our financial report. The question I had was on the page that has, and I'm sorry, I don't have the page in front of me. I guess I can pull it up. But it has basically our revenues. And our general fund revenue during the month of March was $12,000,006. Year-to-date, our general fund revenue as of March 31st was $90 million, 90.1, compared to $83.26 million the previous year. So that's an increase on $6.9 million in revenue to the previous year, which is wonderful. I know in the past that we've talked about the $4 million in additional revenue we received from SPED, but was hoping that you could add some just a clarification on where is this additional revenue coming from? Is it state funds? Is it federal funds? And is it, I know it's forecasted probably in our total, but does it have an impact on our total revenue forecast for the year, given the fact that we're up $6.9 million for this year so far?
The $2 million of general education aid has increased this year over the previous year by $2 million, and that is coming straight from the IDEAS report, which is being paid out based on our enrollment as we have budgeted. So I feel confident that that will be fine. It's not, sometimes they'll pay out, and if you have enrollment submitted into the ADMWE system a little higher than what you're actually seeing come through, that can be a problem where they'll take it back at the end. I don't see that being an issue for us for the gen ed aid.
That's good.
Beyond that, also in state aid is the special education aid, and we have discussed the fact that as we revised the budget that we pulled in $3.4 million. And at that time, I also stated that there was still calculations being finalized, and we're waiting to kind of see where that's all going to land. The IDEAS payment is paying out a metered payment based upon the calculation that is most current out there and just recently updated, and so that is the difference. It is higher than what we had talked about before. It is expected and anticipated that if that is that much higher as we finalize our audit, we would find our fund balance being higher than anticipated under the unassigned, because that is not restricted funds. And that we would then have, the board would have an option then as to, like, did they want to set that aside into a specific account for future needs, or is it something that we just leave alone in the unassigned? And that would be a discussion at that time.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
My second question I had is, as a board, we approved $4 million in cuts for the 26-27 budget. I know a large majority of our cuts was made to staff. Since the summer teacher salaries are paid in June, and I'm not exactly sure how that whole calculation works, which is why I had the question, if our 26-27 teacher salaries, if that portion is paid in June, shouldn't we see a reduction in that forecast and expenditures in June?
No, the adjustments that we've made to the budget are for fiscal year 27. And teacher contracts, their assignments, actually start from September 15 and they run through the following August 31st. So those last four pay periods of July and August are essentially paid out in July and August as a cash flow, but they're all accrued back into the previous year.
Okay, so that would be part of this year's budget, not the next year's budget.
That's correct. This coming summer payments will be part of the 26 budget.
Okay.
And the reductions were made in 27.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that, because I know we always see this big jump in our expenditures in June for that, and I apologize, I was not aware that it was part of this year's contract versus next year's contract. So thank you. Those are my two questions. I appreciate you taking the time to answer them.
Absolutely.
Any other, Director France?
Director Ryder, the special education payments that we get in, that's because our special education count has gone up, right? The ADM for special ed?
Well, it's actually more calculated now on the expenditures of the prior year.
Okay.
So as those are finalized statewide, yep. And then the proration, if there is any, is considered as part of that calculation. The state does too. And then if there's appropriation bill that passes, then that can restore that proration.
What's our current cross-subsidy percentage to put these numbers in better perspective? Because the state obviously funds and we get the ideas funding, but our costs are usually higher regardless. So it's not like all of a sudden we got a windfall of money. We still had to pay out the costs, and they don't cover 100% of the cost of special ed.
Right, so we incurred the expense last year where we had over expenditures, and that dug into our unassigned fund balance at that time. So this revenue that's now being received in '26 for the fiscal year '25 is basically restoring our fund balance. And that's the expectation. When I take a look at the estimate for the current year, it looks to me as though, one moment, you asked how much is the cross subsidy. It's about $5.8 million is the cross subsidy that's anticipated for fiscal year '26, and that is being metered at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, if all questions have been answered, thank you, Director Ryder, for that. I will take a motion and a second to approve item number 10C as presented. So made, Director. There was a lot of you that said yes. Director Olstad and Director
Second.
Director Atkinson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 7-0. All right, it is 8 o'clock. I promised I would take a short break for Liz back in the room. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will come back to new business.
They took them over to Ireland.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our next up is new business. And the first item in new business is discussion on the superintendent search process. And again, we have Barb Dorn from MSBA graciously joining us to answer any questions on the proposal that was included in our board book. So I will just introduce you, Barb, and if you want to share anything, we'll open it up to some questions, any questions that board members have.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay? Thumbs up if you can hear me.
We can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Danny, for your help. I appreciate it. It's nice to be with you all again this evening. The very first thing that I'd like to do is to congratulate Obiama on the scholarship award from MSBA. I knew that you're going to be getting that tonight, and we're all very, very excited for you here at MSBA. So thank you for everything that you do there in Prior Lake Savage Area Schools, and congratulations on the scholarship.
Thank you so
You're welcome. Yeah, very excited for you. So board members, thank you very much for having me back. The last time I joined you, I was here as MSBA to answer questions, discuss your options, give you some things to think about. And as I understand it, at the conclusion of that meeting, you were looking for more specific information upon which to base your decision about next steps. So in conversation with the board chair, I did submit a proposal. I hope that wasn't presumptuous, but I thought it might give you some more concrete information in terms of timeline, expenses, and services to decide what's best for you going forward. So you do have the proposal in your packet. I know it's long, it's like 53 pages or so. What I'd like to do, instead of reviewing the entire proposal, because I know there's a lot in there and you've had it since late last week, I'd like to suggest that we take a look at pages 14, 15, and 16, which are truly the differentiators amongst the different levels of services and what that means for the decisions you might make as a board about next steps in your superintendent search process. Is that okay with everyone if we just go right ahead and start talking about the different options, or did you want me to do a more general overview? Because tonight I'm here as a search firm and MSBA, but I'm also here to talk about our specific process. So is there anything else anyone would like to discuss before I review at a very high level the differences between those three options?
Board members, anything? No, I think we're good, Barb. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. So if you look at pages 14, 15, and 16, and then the accompanying timelines are on pages 21, 22, and 23. But I'm just going to talk about the overview because I think what you're looking at in these 3 pages are the typical 21 steps to a superintendent search. So the last page, for example, that talks about a full search to occur next winter includes all 21 steps, everything and every part of each steps totaling 21. So that's the simplest way to look at it. If we then reverse a little bit, you start to look at what is removed if we're looking at a full search this spring. Because of the timeline we're looking at, you don't have time for some of the things that are included in a traditional full search. So page 15, the middle page, is potentially a full search between now and the end of June. And that includes 17 of the 21 steps, but also some of those 17 are abbreviated because a few of these steps are very time consuming. For example, in a full search to be run this spring, let's see, the second bullet point down, you would receive the opportunity for public input, but as opposed to a traditional 4 to 6 weeks of gathering community and staff input, it needs to be truncated down to 1 week. So even though there's still 17 steps in that middle option, a full search for this spring, it does require that some of these things do be condensed. And so a few things on there are not included, and that's what's crossed out in red font. And then the first option on page 14 is what I was calling an interim search. It's a shorter timeline. It would occur between early May and be done in early June. And it is definitely abbreviated. There's a lot more things that are the red strike through in the search. So it's, I think, 11 of the 21 steps are provided in that sort of search. Basically what the first option is, the interim search, is either for an interim superintendent, which we talked about last week was the opportunity for someone to come in and serve with a 1-year contract with the intent for a full search to occur next spring, or someone to come in as the interim superintendent with the option to audition for the role, and perhaps you do not do a search next year. That would be the interim opportunity. You also could look at it as a very, very scaled down full search, if you want to look at it that way as well. But it's definitely less dollars because there's less heavy lifting on behalf of the MSBA. A full search is a very heavy lift, but the option I'm giving you on page 14 is there's a lot less involved. And so for us, there's a lower fee as well as your search firm. So I'm imagining you might have some questions about the differences between all three of these options, and I want to make sure that you get all the information you need tonight to make the best decision for Prior Lake Savage area schools. So I'm going to stop talking and simply answer any questions you might have about what you might want to do next.
Board members, we'll open it up for any questions that you might have for Barb.
I have a question, Barb, and it was really referring to something you said when we met with you last week, believe it or not. You had mentioned that one of the things that MSBA brings to the table is that you are able to allow the board to see all of the candidates as you receive all the candidate information. And then when I look at page 14, 15, and 16, there's a bullet point that says, conduct a meeting with the school board for purposes of presenting a candidate recommendation so the board can select semifinalists to interview. Is that, I think I highlighted the right one, but I want to make sure that the board will be receiving, regardless of the search that we do, that they would be receiving all the applications, not just MSBA's recommendations.
Yes, whichever one you may choose. Absolutely. We believe in a board-driven search and board ownership of the search. And so for that to occur, you need to see who's in the pool.
Thank you.
Now, the difference is, for instance, between a full search and the truncated, perhaps interim search, is a full search, there's a lot of materials. It takes a long time to apply for the position, not only the cover letter, the resume, and the letters of application. Letters of recommendation, but there are also things like transcripts. There's answers to very specific questions the district might want to ask. There is work history, there's educational history, there's a lot of additional information that people need to upload for a full search. For the interim search, you will still see who they are, you would still see resumes, you would still see 2 or 3 letters of recommendation. And so it would be less information for you to review, but you would still see that for every single applicant for the one on page 14.
Okay, thank you.
We do not ever provide you only with the same, ever.
Thank you, and that's one of the things that I've heard positive things about your firm, so thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Any other questions? Director Johnson?
Yes, you said that if they're looking, they probably, well, one, you kind of know who's out there, who's looking. Would they already have most of that stuff that you just said already prepared? If we opened up, for example, tomorrow to say, yes, go. Would I be safe in assuming that?
Great question. Some will, some won't.
Okay.
Some will because they know they want to change and they're looking for a change this year. Some won't because they're potentially waiting for a more robust search next year. And by the time you may complete second round interviews for a full search, for example, we'd be looking at late June with a July 1st start date. And there will be candidates that don't want to rush it. They would prefer an unhurried search. And so there'll be fewer people potentially interviewed in a full search, be interested in a full search this spring than there would be next winter. But some will have the materials ready and some won't, and some will say, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see if this opens again next winter. But it's hard to say because, you know, if we all had a crystal ball, this would be a whole lot easier. I have received phone calls about Prior Lake Savage area schools, and I've simply told them that you're meeting tonight to decide what your next steps are.
Excellent. Very good. Any other? Dr. Mason.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So thank you for this. It's very thorough and easy to understand and follow, so appreciate that. I guess my only concern maybe with the interim is just around the lack of transition plan inclusion. And I guess, is that something that, I mean, obviously we're expected to just do internally then, and if, for example, we get somebody onboarded very last minute, right before Dr. Thomas's departure, how does that look, or do you have templates, or, I mean, I don't know. Down at the bottom of page 14, just the items that are striked that we don't get with the interim search is the transition planning. So that would be maybe my only concern. I guess any comments on that, or how have people handled that? And of course, it makes sense to maybe not meet 6 months after if it's somebody temporary, but just the initial transition plan, I don't know if that's valuable to include.
Yeah, great. So I'll tell you what, the quality of the administrators that are out there looking for a new opportunity, they are probably already thinking through or prepared their own transition plan. They're ready for a challenge. Now, if they're a sitting superintendent, they may be more ready than someone who's not been a superintendent before. They also, though, have been probably watching your district, aware that Dr. Thomas will be moving on. So I don't think that it's a grave concern that there wouldn't be a lot of transition time. They're going to be coming in probably ready to hit the ground running on July 1st. Now, when we do searches, the most common starting date is July 1st, regardless of when you start a search. If you start a search in September or October, they still don't start till July 1st. And if you start a search later in the year, perhaps in May or June, they still start July 1st. The only exception to that is we have done, in my 7 years, we've done one search where someone started January 1st, right in the middle of the contract year. Otherwise, everyone builds their professional aspirations around a July 1 start date, so they'll be ready to hit the ground running. There would be less time, of course, depending upon if they wanted to perhaps take vacation days in the month of June and shadow Dr. Thomas while he's in the district. That doesn't always work, however, because very often an outgoing superintendent is using vacation days in the month of June prior to being done in the district. So there's no perfect scenario. And I would say, again, back to the quality of the people in Minnesota that work as administrators, they'll be able to hit the ground running July 1, no matter what your timing might be. The transition workshop is something that we would do later in the year to set expectations for a performance review and make sure that their first year is very successful and off to a strong start. With an interim superintendent, for example, if it's a one-year appointment, that's not as necessary. However, we talked last week about your interim could be interested in a long-term job, or you could clarify that you want someone who's here only for 1 year and do a full search next year.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And that it kind of led into my second question, actually, around that addition type role we talked about last time. Is there a way to specify maybe in the posting, or I guess maybe gather that information from candidates? Are they interested only in a 1 year term, or would they potentially be looking for something longer? I guess I would love to see candidates come through that are interested in longer term. So, if there's a way to at least gather that information or have that information as we're reviewing applicants, or even specify we only want candidates that are considering longer, I don't know.
We could very easily add that to the application. So, yes.
Okay.
I'll give a short answer.
That's perfect. Thank
really
you.
long answers in this case.
Thank you.
Yes, we could add that to the application very easily.
Thank you.
Dr. Olstad.
I don't think so. Sorry, I don't think so.
Yeah, no problem.
But
If we can come back to you. I was just
thank
going
you.
in order.
Yeah,
so-
no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, okay. Director France, do you have any questions for Barb?
No, I don't, but thank you.
Director Smith, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. So kind of off that point of the transition plan, because I'm just curious about the contract, the pricing structure, because on page 13, it does say transition plan and follow-up services, and that there are no additional charges for any of the above transition services. So are we, when we strike off those three things at the bottom, and I get it, the circumstances might not be there for that to be a necessity, but at the same time, like if we are in that interim to audition space, maybe I would like to have MSBA visit the new superintendent. Maybe I would like to facilitate a transition workshop. So when we're talking about that cost for the interim search being $6,000, if we added those things back in, does that affect the cost, or does it not affect the cost because there's no additional charges for them as listed on the previous page?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. So this proposal, as written, is our full search proposal.
Okay.
So it's unusual that I have 3 different options. I usually only provide the option on page 16, which is the full search.
Sure.
And it's everything, all the bells and whistles. So that's why I want to include pages 14 and 15 to know what you are giving up if you're choosing to lower the cost of the search. Now to your question, and I appreciate you asking it, if you have option 1 on page 14, but you do decide that it's the right person, and you do want to have a 3-year contract with them right away, we could add back in these things. We typically do not do a la carte options because it gets very muddy.
Of course.
And we don't ever want our members to feel as though we're charging them for things that they're not expecting. But if you do want to add those things back in, like our transition workshop right now is very similar to our in-services for superintendent evaluation. And right now, that charge for that is $1,395. So if you want the transition workshop with someone you select as an interim or full, if you want it for 3 years, we would charge $1,395 for the transition workshop on top of that $6,000.
Okay.
So absolutely, we can do it. We'd like to be as flexible with research options as we possibly can. And we know there's just a lot to be determined. You don't know who's going to apply. You don't know what their interest level is going to be. So we're more than happy to work with the board on this. Our goal is to support you in your search for the superintendent. And we do not want to provide extraneous services that cost you things when there's no value in them.
Sure.
So that's why I think these 3 options are here for you to consider. But did that answer your question?
It did, yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other question that I had was for the both interim search and the full search for this spring. The conduct background checks on all semifinalists comprise national criminal background checks. I just want to make sure that if that is something that's going away, that there's not anything additional that you're looking at that we don't have the capability to look at. So maybe that's a question for you as well, Director Cawthorn. I don't know, but just want to make sure that we're not leaving ourselves in the lurch if we do pursue one of these options and we need that.
Thank you for asking that, because with our Metro searches, all of the background checks on the semifinalists and finalists, of course, are included. If they're not included, we do them for other districts at $395 per finalist. So if you wanted us to do that national criminal background check and all of those things, we use a firm called Baker Eubanks for background checks. We could add that for your lone finalist or your top 2 or 3 at $390 per finalist.
Okay.
It may or may not be necessary because your district obviously is still going to do the standard background check that's required for all employees of the district. So you would do that anyway. I think it's a $15 or $20 background check.
Okay.
That gets done no matter what. Even if we've done a more intensive national background check, you do a local one. Your HR team could speak to that as well, regardless of who you hire. They'd have to go through that process.
Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Thank you. The last question that I had was the full search this spring. So one of the things that we talked about was on page 15, you had mentioned that collecting input for 4 to 6 weeks is your typical process, but you would cut that down to 1 week. I am wondering, because stricken from here as well is also multiple languages. And I feel for our community that is, that's paramount for people to be able to access and be able to participate in any sort of survey. So how much time does that really save? And is that something that we might be able to revisit if we went this route?
It's mostly on the analysis end.
Oh, okay, sure.
Have cultural liaisons that are willing to do all of the translations and share the results with us. We have surveys ready to go in Spanish and Somali as well as English.
Gotcha,
If
okay.
there's other languages we don't have the staff capacity to
Mhm.
analyze lots of surveys in lots of different languages. So
Mhm.
Deaf by English is the only choice if you went with this truncated timeline
Right.
this spring.
Okay.
There's always options. It just means the district is going to have to put more resources toward it with your internal staff to help us do some of those things in the timeline that we've outlined.
Right, like you said, it's not so much on the front end, it's the back end and the analysis there. I get that. Thank you. I believe those were all the questions that I had. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Director Ohl said you had a question.
I did. Piggybacking off of Director Smith, with the public input for a week under the full search option, does that include students?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
This
We
is
have
our
a
list.
Student survey. I should take a minute to tell you about this because it was something we added this year. It's the same survey for everyone, but when you choose your self-identifier, if you are a staff or a parent, guardian, or caregiver, or if you're a community member, or if you're a student, the student survey just this year, it branches off into a student-friendly version of the exact same survey. So the results come back and we are able to quantify the results by student versus staff versus parent, et cetera. But the language is different. So instead of fiscal responsibility, it says money. And so we've gotten a really great return on survey students because it's in the language they speak, and we're not asking them to take a survey that is written for more of the adult brain. So yes, that would include student surveying. We would hopefully be able to rely on the folks within the district to allow some time for students to take that survey, maybe during an advisory period or a free period or study hall back in my day, just to generate more student interest. Optional, of course, you never want to require a survey from students, but if it's optional for students to be included, we would love to have that as much as possible.
Yeah. Maybe bro is in there somewhere, or bruh, or answers to 6 and 7, you know, things like that. Great. No, that's great. Sorry, I could go on and on. And then the timeline. This is, I guess it's a question for you, Barb, and for us too. Sorry, am I okay to go to the timeline? Is that okay? For our interim search specifically under that timeline. I'm sorry, page 21. Since this is just discussion tonight, when would we make, I mean, for anything we choose really, like how would that work in terms of like when we would make a decision on what we want to do? Because this is just for discussion tonight, right? So I'm just wondering about.
Well, we're hoping to lean from tonight whether or not we're going to leverage MSBA to be our search firm.
Okay.
Last week, when we had our special meeting, we had a consensus, a unanimous consensus that we needed to use a search firm. All 7 of us agreed on that. 5 of the 7 had mentioned MSBA, not that 2, said anything against MSBA, but I think tonight we want to move forward in reaching if we are going to be using MSBA to be our search firm. I feel like we had over a quorum agreeing to that last week, but we need to state that, I think. And then second, we need to figure out which option we want to start with. Barb has been, she has provided us with a lot of different with 3 different options. In what I've understood, and Barb, please correct me if I'm misspeaking in any way, but I think that the board stating which direction they want to start with, whether it be the extremely scaled back search, which is listed as an interim search. But I think one of the things that I learned since last week, when we closed out that special part of the meeting asking search firm or no search firm, we were unanimous in that. The second question was interim search or full search. And I think the board was kind of split on that. In some conversations since, I think that there may have been some misunderstanding or with regards to the heart of an interim search compared to a full search. And in some conversations, I think that an interim search can, at least for me, I will speak for myself singularly as a singular board member. My heart for stating interim search was just the timing that we're up against. And I think that, I would be very hopeful that the person that we fill would seek longer term than just the year. And so I think getting us to come to a consensus on what approach we want to start with, given our fiscal, positioning that we're facing. I think those are the things that we want to move away with. And so we can start with that very first question, to find out if the board is on board with using MSBA as our search firm. The second question will be, what approach do we want to start with, knowing that we can move into different options if necessary. I know that the different options come with different timelines, and in my conversation with Barb earlier, the first thing that would happen would be a planning meeting, and that planning meeting would share some more detailed information on how we move forward. So, Barb, is there anything that you would add or change to what I just shared?
Yes, thank you. I think you captured it really well. So the thing that the board needs to do at this point, in my opinion, you do what you'd like to do, but in my opinion, is make a decision about what are you doing and how soon can you meet? Because if you choose to do either a very brief, I would call it a bare bones, whether it's, we call it an interim, and it might be, if you choose that they're just a one-year placeholder, or a bare bones or a scaled down version, I would still say you need to meet next week for a planning meeting, early to mid next week, at the latest for a planning meeting. If you choose to do a full search this spring, see if you're successful in finding someone with more community engagement. That's a big part. There's a lot of things included in that full search that are not included in the bare bones. But if we were able to schedule a planning meeting, for example, next Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, we can post the position the day after the planning meeting. There are just a lot of decisions the board needs to make at that planning meeting, finalizing all of the dates for the activities of the search so that all board members can be there for the interview training, so that all board members can be there the night that you name your semifinalists, that all of you can be there for round one and round two, if it's a full search. Otherwise, you'll notice the scaled down version is only one round of interviews. It's much shorter. But there's a lot to do at the planning meeting. And then the next day, usually, we're able to post it, and we're able to start gathering community input if you go with a full search. So that's the next thing you'd need to do, is get hopefully something on the calendar pretty quick, and then we can post it within one day of that meeting.
And this might be in our policy, forgive me, I'm just not remembering, clearly the expectation is for all board members to be present for those like interviews and meetings and things like that. Is it required, like as long as there's a quorum? I plan on being there, as I'm sure everybody else, but I'm curious.
As long as it's a quorum. As long as it's a quorum, you can hold all of those meetings.
Yeah.
We simply recommend you do not delegate the responsibility to a subcommittee. Some districts say, well, we have a personnel committee, can they interview and hire the superintendent?
Yeah.
No, we want the full board engaged in this, but as long as you have a quorum, it's okay. The only caveat to that is if, for any reason, someone on the school board is related to a finalist within the 4th degree, then it needs to be a unanimous vote of the full board. And it happens because sometimes education's a pretty small world. So if you're related by blood or marriage to one of the candidates within the 4th degree, then 100% of the board needs to be there for that decision, and 100% of the board needs to vote in favor of hiring that person. It's only happened twice to me in 7 years, but it can happen. Otherwise, a quorum of the board will always suffice.
Well, except for the person who's related to the person.
They have to vote. They cannot abstain. They have to vote.
Oh, interesting.
I know, you would think they'd almost be able
Yeah.
to abstain because they're related, correct? It's the opposite. It's required to be a full vote, a unanimous vote of the full board.
Okay. That would be awkward if they voted no. Okay.
It can be, it can be.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you very much.
So Barb, can you share with the board, with the second task before us is to, figure out which option we are to pursue. Does that something that needs to be done here tonight, or would the next step for us be for scheduling the planning meeting with you?
So I will tell you that the reason there's a big price difference between the interim or the bare bone search and a full search is in large part due to the amount of work that MSBA needs to conduct before your planning meeting. So I would need a direction from the board prior to the planning meeting to know whether I'm coming to the planning meeting with a bare bones timeline, very simple vacancy brochure, just like a one-pager, just really simple stuff. Or if you're wanting to conduct a full search, I've got to start working on that this week if we're meeting next week for a planning meeting. There's a lot more heavy lifting involved on behalf of the search firm in order to prepare for a full search planning meeting versus a really truncated bare bones planning meeting. So I would need some direction this week so that we can actually accomplish what we need to accomplish at your planning meeting.
Okay, so yes, thank you so much for expanding on that. I think board members, the decision before us is there any dissent or any issue with MSBA moving forward?
No.
Hearing none, we'll move to the second question. And I think we were presented in the packet with 3 different options. But I think that for us tonight, for simplification, we're really looking at the truncated search, the really scaled down approach versus the full search this spring. And so if we could, I think if we could go around the table, like similar to what we did last week, just to get where everyone's sitting as far as which approach to take, either the super scaled down or what it's called in the packet as an interim, with the ability to put on an application that we're looking for someone for the long term, or the full search. And the cost differences are listed for us. So if we could, unless there's any other questions before I take that poll, is that okay? We're feeling good? All right, well, I'm going to start with Director Smith. If you could state whether you're looking for the scale down or interim or the full search approach.
Yes, thank you. I would be looking at the interim search, I'll just qualify it briefly, for a number of reasons. It's cost effective and just our financial position. I just think it's the most prudent move right now for us to be saving dollars where we can, as we have been as a district for some time now. I agree with Director Mason that having something kind of in the application, or maybe not like a knockout question, but just like some sort of indication of whether or not this is something that they would be interested in staying on for the long term. I mean, if we can do the interim search now and find somebody that is interested in that interim to audition type of role and can avoid paying, $25,000 next year, I'd like to do that too. So I think we can get what we're looking for with this truncated search, the bare bones approach, as you put it, Barb. I think it's the prudent move. I think it can satisfy what we're looking for, and I think there are ways to steer and guide that process so that we can find a candidate that is potentially interested in making this long-term.
Point of information. Just a question and a statement made. If I understand this correctly, that doing an interim search now and then a full-term search later is 5,000 more ultimately?
Oh, you're right, I
Versus-
misspoke.
Is that
Yep.
correct? I just want to make sure I
Yep,
understand.
it would be the 19.9, yep.
Okay, because then we get that basically docked off the search next winter. Okay.
Or the 18.9, that's right.
I think that, well, I'll let Barb, I'll let you answer that. Did you have?
Do you want me to restate?
I think so.
A point of information, just something that was stated, I was questioning. If I understand this correctly, doing an interim search now and then a full search in addition to that next winter is just 5,000 more. You're reducing the fee versus doing a full search now.
So the interim search, the airborne search right now is 6,000.
Yep.
If you end up with someone who's only going to be here a year, or they're auditioning and it's not going well, and you want to do a full search, we credit that entire 6,000 toward the full search next fall.
Okay.
So it would be 18,900.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like a down payment on a much larger search next fall. Similarly, if you decide to go with a full search this spring at 19.9, but for whatever reason it's not quite working, we'll continue with another full search next year for only $5,000 more. So we credit whatever option you choose, page 14 or 15, we're going to credit that amount toward a full search next year if you need it. And that's a big if. It depends on who you land this year, whether or not you're even going to need that. Does that make sense? So
Yes, thank you.
Really, it's going to be $1 toward the full search fee if you do one next winter that might take 3 or 4 months.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's my fault, I misspoke, so thank you for clarifying that.
Director France?
Interim, and also I want to remind everybody that we're going into a potential levy that we're going to talk about next. We're closing a school. We're moving out of the DSC, and we're going into a lot of financial challenges into 2027. So the sooner we get somebody with experience, the better. I do have my opinions on getting an interim CEO versus that's going to, probably a retired superintendent or something like that, that doesn't have to spend half their year interviewing, because I think they may be more effective. And it will give the school district time to find a longer-term prospect without the politics and the bias that goes on when someone's working full-time and also interviewing every day to be in that final pool. So that could cause, and I've seen it cause issues. And I've seen it also limit potential candidates for a long-term full-time search because of the competition of somebody who's already here. In addition to the fact that when we make the decision to go into a long-term search, providing we all agree to an interim here, that really you're coming out of a very tumultuous time, election, you name it. I'd like to see the board that's elected in November have the opportunity in January, where they won't have a lot of time, by the way, or experience, to actually make the decision on that instead of us, if that makes sense. But interim in general, and preferably a retired superintendent or somebody who has a lot of experience in districts like ours.
Thank you. I just going in turn, I have a question. So my stance would be interim search based on not the interim, not the short-term stay of the individual, but the more scaled-down approach that you had mentioned, Barb. If there was something added to the application that asking the applicant if they are interested in, just an interim position or possibly staying on long-term. I think for me, it's just the cost the cost approach, knowing that we're starting with this scaled-down approach, receiving applicants, being able to look at those applicants, start the interview process. If we are able to land someone who is willing to stay for the long haul with the experience that we're looking at, it doesn't, that is a possibility. Am I correct in assuming that? Even though we're calling this an interim search, if we have on the application that some, is my question making sense?
Yes, I think there's two questions that you should ask on the application, just hearing the board discussion. One is, are you interested in only a one-year interim position, or would you be open to staying longer and potentially receiving a 3-year contract? That's like, I think, one question. I think another question that we need to ask, however, is are you willing to participate in a public interview process and your name going public in a competitive process? Because as I mentioned last week, there are going to be some seasoned superintendents that are interested and may have the experience you need to help you get through your closing of schools or a levy, all of those things, and then they're done. And I think strategically the board's going to need to consider a few things. One, someone who comes on board this summer, July 1, and is interested in a long-term position is going to have a lot right out of the gate to deal with. Not all of it is positive, and so they're going to be faced with a heavy challenge. And there are people who are up to that and would embrace it and welcome it and run toward fire. They may be a great person to stay on. It's also possible in some districts, someone who comes in for 1 year, they handle all that stuff, all of that unpopular, angst-inducing stuff. And then when they leave, someone starts in July of 27 and they have like a fresh start because the baggage associated with some of those decisions that are challenging, that baggage goes away with the person who was only there for 1 year. And so some districts choose to do that in order to allow someone in 2027 to come in and not be connected to closing of schools or whatever. So it's a strategic decision. But I think you need to ask that question because there may be applicants that will be interested only in the 1 year. But as I mentioned last week, they don't want to compete for the job. They're just here to help if you want it. Because then those people, if you're looking at other applicants who want to stay here 3 years or more, you probably will not select the folks who only want it for 1 year because they don't want their name to go public, which means they will not interview with your board. Does that make sense? I'm trying to look at it from a candidate's perspective and as a professional courtesy, let people know whether or not their name is going to be public if they choose to pursue this job, whether it's presented as an interim opportunity or a bare bones search. I just want to make sure they know that their name may or may not go public. So all of that information should be gathered in advance as part of the application so that when we meet with you and we recommend who we feel are the strongest candidates, we can say candidates A, D, and E indicated they're interested in a longer-term commitment. Candidates B, C, and M only want the 1 year, and they will not engage in a competitive process so that you have a more informed decision when the time comes.
Thank you for...
Sorry about that, but I think it's an important distinction that candidates understand what they're getting into when they apply.
And that's really, I think that I appreciate you, really walking us through that because it is important for us to think about the candidate's perspective and all of those things. So thank you for that. Director Olstad.
I am leaning toward interim, more for budget reasons, first off, but also just with the things that we're, going through yet this calendar year that I think I would like an experienced leader to help with that and help guide the district through that. So I'm leaning interim as well.
Director Mason?
Yeah, certainly my preference before, and I think would have been a full search, just also with Levy in mind, I feel like not having a leader in place brings uncertainty to the community. But I think given the shortened duration that we have, I think I'm on board with interim. I'm not sure we really have a choice right now, and I think doing a full search would require some of these things we had crossed off, right? So, yeah, interim is where I would go.
Director Johnson.
Interim is fine.
Director Atkinson?
Yeah, thank you. I think the condensed search, rather than calling it an interim search, even though that's the title on here, slide 21, I look at this more of a condensed search, and given the cost and given the timeline, I would say, given Dr. Thomas's early departure, I like the timeline in the fact that we would have somebody basically in mind by early June, so that there could possibly be a couple weeks transition versus just the longer timeline gives like 0 dates for transition. So I like the timeline on this. I think the cost is, it's a very, how do I say, it's a good cost. As well as at the end of the day, we're here to really hire the right person for this role. And so I really like the idea of putting on the application whether someone's here for an interim or for a longer term contract, because then we're really being inclusive of all applicants who may have interest in our district in leading Prior Lake Savage Area Schools. So I think I like the way this is coming together. So thank you.
All right, Barb. So I think that we've reached a unanimous consensus on that as well, which is positive. And so the next step will be scheduling the planning meeting for next week. And if, I think we'll send out communication, we'll figure out how to get what date works best for the board. All right, thank you.
That sounds wonderful. I'm assuming with this board, is an evening planning meeting the best?
Yes, I would say that with everyone's work situations, I would say probably evening is our best option. And we can send out, maybe Barb, if you could share your availability for next week. We'll start with you because we'll need you. And then we can poll to figure out what night works the best for the most board members. And hopefully we can get us all there.
I'm free Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
Wow.
I have never had 4 days in a row available for the last 6.5 months.
Oh, my.
All right, board members. Well, we have 4 days to look at, and
I will be able to come to that meeting prepared to run this very condensed search. And then at that meeting, we will decide exactly what verbiage you want to be advertised, whether it's condensed, whether it's truncated, whether it's interim or not, but I think we'll be able to put something together for you. It's definitely the best value at this point in time, I think, for you to see what you get. You may find someone who's exactly who you need for the long term, and I think that's a wise decision the board made. So thank you for your time. Is there anything else you might need from me before I log off? I know you still have many things to consider.
board members, anything else? Thank you so much, Barb, for the wealth of knowledge that you bring. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I look forward to working with you all. I will also be there in person for the planning meeting next week. So thanks for the opportunity, and if you need anything in the meantime, just let me know.
Thank you.
All right?
Terrific.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good night. Good night.
All right, next up, we'll now move to the financial analysis of the levy options and recommended next steps. The goal of this discussion is to build consensus on whether to continue toward a November 2026 levy, the structure of a potential levy, and the funding parameters. So I'll invite Dr. Thomas and Director Ryder to present at this time.
Thank you, Chair
If you can
Bolian.
talk.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bolian and Board Directors. We've got an activity that will walk you through, similar to what we just did. I'm trying to build some consensus around various options. One, just getting some confirmation that this is still the path that we want to go down. And then if so, then we would want to understand the structure of that levy. There was a couple of items that we discussed, or a couple of models we discussed with you all last week. And then also understanding what the dollar range the board would be comfortable with. And then lastly, whether or not to have a second question around the capital levy. So that's what our desire is from the board tonight, to get consensus around that, because that will then give us direction to come back on the 18th, excuse me, to build out a costing model with how that levy would be structured. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Ryder.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. There was a sheet that was laid before you on your desk as you arrived tonight. I have it up here on the screen in Excel, and I guess the concept is to run through these 4 different questions that will lead us through this process, and then we have questions that are listed here that we would want to answer as much as possible with the consensus of the board. That's the goal. The reason for this is because our next meeting, May 18th, is when we want to bring back information that would be pertinent to whatever is the consensus, so we can lay out before you what that looks like. What does the ballot look like? What does the questions look like? What are the actual dollars we're talking about then? Just to kind of fine tune what you saw last time could be fine tuned then to reflect what it is that the board's consensus is. So the first, does the administration continue to build out a levy campaign?
Okay, board members, this is the first point of clarification that we can give the administration on how to move forward. And I think just for consistency, we'll do it like we were building consensus around the MSBA search. And so I'll just go board member to board member. And again, this is, does administration continue to do the work building out the levy campaign? And if I could start with you, Director Smith, that would be wonderful.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, Director France?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Director Olstad?
Yes.
Director Mason?
Yes.
Director Johnson? Yes. Director Atkinson?
I'm a yes, but I would just like, I think for our community, some clarification around the fact that if we were not to go forward with this levy, if you could just provide information, then we would be looking at possibly an auto approval in the spring, because my understanding is an operating levy can only go on the ballot in November, or it becomes a mail-in ballot. Is that correct?
That is correct. An operating referendum can only be in November, otherwise it's got to be a mail vote. And if, even if you went for a referendum this November, you still have until June 15th of 27. I just want to verify that here in our packet from last time. June 15, 2027, for the board to take action on just a straight renewal with no inflation, no change.
Correct.
From current.
Correct. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yep.
Very good.
Number 2, so if we're moving forward with a levy campaign, is this to include an operating levy for 10 years inclusive of inflation?
So this question is just the including inflation on, to include.
And a 10-year.
And a 10-year. All right, we'll do the same thing. And I'll start on this side this time. Director Atkinson?
Yeah, I think this is a hard question to answer until we're seeing the full picture, to be honest with you. Because I think the dollar amount, is it a fixed dollar amount? Does it have inflation or not? I think this is a hard question to answer. And so I don't know. I guess my feeling is I'd like to see more information before we make that decision.
Around the 10-year, you mean?
Oh, not around the 10 years. I'm fine with the 10-year. It's the inflation factor.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way. The 10-year is good. It just, I want to see our dollar amount before we really go into inflation.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Mason?
Yes, I agree. Yes, I'm fine including inflation, but a little bit dependent on the dollar amount also.
Okay. Director Olstad?
Yes.
Yes on both?
Yes.
Yes on both. I too am yes on both. Director France?
Yes on both.
Yes on both. And Director Smith?
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. All right.
Okay,
Next
so,
question.
oops, sorry. So the dollar threshold to use in the operating levy. We have seen different layers of dollar amounts, and we had a survey that kind of laid that out for our taxpayers as well. And so I'm just kind of wondering if there is an opportunity for us to determine that additional per month amount that we'd be talking about. I have the information from last week's meeting, last time's meeting that we can pull up if we want to see something too, if you need a visual. Just curious if there's a dollar amount. And when I talk about the dollar amount, I'm kind of talking about the dollar amount that's additional to what we currently have, because that's the frame we've been setting it so far.
Director Ryder, could you
Yes.
just pull up that slide that we have?
Good.
I thought we had that pulled up. Yeah,
Yep.
from last week, just for the visual for our community that's trying to follow as well.
Thank you.
Just to remind folks.
All right.
Thank you.
And so let me make sure I get to the right one you want to see. I think it's this one.
Can you blow that up a little?
Can you make it much bigger?
Thank you.
Let me see. How's that? Is it bigger?
And then board directors also, the link in the board book will open it on your laptop if you need to zoom it even further if you want.
And that's on page.
This is, sorry.
Oh, I got it. It is page 13 of 20.
Thank you.
our
In the
attachment.
PDF. So remember, this was a sheet that basically showed the current, the first column is the current, okay? And with a revoke and replace, then the year one, this particular example is adding the $762 per pupil allowance. And it would be a referendum question, instead of it currently being $623.97, it would be $1385.97, for example. And then inflation takes place in the second and the third year. And then this example shows a step up in the fourth year to a set amount, which is what you have to do when you do a step up. And in this example, it's $1,800, with the following year being inflation.
Director Ryder, or maybe Dr. Thomas, one of you, if you could answer, is this is the recommendation from the district to be doing an operating levy, including a step up? Is that a recommendation? I understand like our exercise here and trying to build consensus so that administration has, so that you're not taking the time to build out multiple scenarios. I understand that that's what we're trying to do here tonight. I think,
Yeah, Chair Bullion, I would say that our recommendation to start with our board conversation tonight is having the 10-year fixed. And that what we mocked up last week, that was our kind of starting point that we felt was something that we gleaned from the data from our community. Obviously, the range went all the way up to, the high end and as low as doing nothing. But where those bar graphs kind of aligned up with voters and non-voters, and I know that wasn't a statistical survey, but just on that one visual, that $32 additional seemed to be where people lined up. So we're starting there and continue that for tonight. Certainly, the board can have conversation to go higher or lower from there.
so right now we are on number 3 of our exercise. Will the operating levy include a step up?
Right now, we're on number 2.
Oh, sorry.
The gray part of number 2.
Sorry, I'm ahead of us.
The dollar threshold.
Director Bullion, could I get a point of information?
Yeah, please.
Has this conversation gone through our finance committee?
Our Finance Advisory Committee meets, Finance and Operations Advisory Committee meets on May 12th, and we will be discussing that then at that point in time, whatever information we have. In fact, to prepare the materials that are going out tomorrow afternoon, it would be a matter of me showing kind of what it is the board's consensus is around, and if there's not a true consensus and it's still kind of split, that's fine. We just need to know kind of what we're preparing for the next meeting. So, the goal of this is to really kind of not be your final decision necessarily, but for us to at least have a sense of what information to bring you so that you can make your decision.
So is it possible we have a couple different scenarios that we could be working on that they can then weigh in on?
Certainly
That could
can.
come back to the board?
Certainly can.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Yes.
And when did you say the meeting is?
May 12th
May
at 8
12th,
a.m.
okay, thank you. Mhm.
So we're really kind of just focusing on that year one. Where would you want to start?
As far as the dollar threshold.
So like if you think back to the survey, you know, would you be looking at that $32 per month, the $46 per month, the $67 per month, or something lower at the 15 or the 0? I think we already decided to go beyond the 0 right now.
Right.
And I think, to Director Atkinson's point, having options, I guess, if what we're trying to do this evening is, get consensus on maybe 2 different options to look at, is there a threshold of having 2 options compared to 3 options?
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Director
please.
Ryder, do we have anything, so, when the Ellers representative was here last week, he let us know that, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The original levy that's now 623 was originally approved at 924, correct?
Correct?
Do we have anything that shows us going back to the 924? And then, and then adding inflation in that? Is that one of our numbers on there, or is it just the 32? that we have?
It would be between the, it's probably, 3.3 million more would get you, I don't know exactly if that's the referendum amount of 900 or not, but that's, you're looking, right now you have 0 and you have 7 mil.
Yep.
So if you're looking for something in between that, we have not prepared those numbers unless it's maybe possibly closer to that 3 mil, which is the $15 per month amount. So I don't think we've shown that recently.
Yep.
But yeah, we just need to understand kind of like what kind of dollar amount are you looking for to be that revoke and replace amount, right? For that year one,
Sure.
the options.
That's what was approved before, and I think, if that's what the community had approved, and maybe we can put on inflation into it, since we'll be getting that, if that's our ask, right?
If that was
But
like-
going back to that amount, right, instead of the 623, I think maybe it's worth looking at.
Well, and I think
That's just my thought.
it's important too for administration to be able to share with the board, like, what is the is it 2 options or is there looking at 3 options? I think, understanding what the capacity of administration is to build out so that we can make the decision going forward will be helpful.
I apologize for adding more on, but
I get it.
just bringing it to light, I
Well,
don't
and-
want anything
To
to
direct-
fail again.
Yeah, to
right?
Director
That's-
Johnson's
right.
inquiry, if I can just remind the board too, all of these scenarios, we also need to assume the $3 million reduction. So we need to have something that offsets, that level might get eaten up by the reduction, so it's a net 0 gain. So just keep that in mind, board, with all of these, as we are leveling or planning for enrollment. That's a variable that we've built into these.
Dr. Thomas, could I get just some clarifying information around this? Been a lot of questions and conversations from constituents around that. And if we have declining enrollment, wouldn't we naturally have to make
Right, that's what-
reductions?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what's
Right,
built
that's
into
what I'm
that.
saying, but regardless of a levy.
Regardless
we
of a
would have
levy,
to
these
still
are-
make
that's built
reductions
in-
because we
that's
don't
built into
have the enrollment money, the revenue.
Correct. So we have to still account for that
Yep.
as our net gain. So if we're netting 3 million in a new levy, that 3 million is going to be canceled out by the declining enrollment. So we wouldn't realize that.
Right.
It would be a zero-sum game.
Okay, board, if we're using the worksheet given to us, looking at the, reaching consensus over what thresholds we'd like to have rolled out. I've heard, Director Johnson, you mentioned what it might look like to go back to the original approval of the $900, maybe
$924 and some
$924
change.
and whatever that was. Would that be considered what the zero amount was in the presentation from Ellers? You gave like a 0, 15, 32, 46, and 67.
It's likely just below the $15 per month.
It's likely below the 15.
Just.
So
Yep.
if we, for ease, if it's likely just below that $15 a month, could the board just use those figures from that that was in the Ellers presentation with,
In our survey.
in our survey?
I
Oh,
don't think
yeah.
it was in Ellers either,
Oh,
right? It was
sorry,
just
in the
the-
survey.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
in the survey.
yes, this is the survey.
Yeah.
This is the survey.
I can just quickly run through those again. $15 per month provided $3.3 million and was thought to last maybe 1 to 2 years. $32 per month was to generate $7 million to last approximately 3.4 years. And $46 per month would generate an additional $10 million and would last approximately for 4 years with an 8% fund balance. And then $67 per month is $15 million additional and approximately 6 years.
Chair Bullion, if I may, just to clarify for our community who, if this is the first time they're hearing this conversation versus tracking it, when we say last us, that means to maintain the 8% fund balance before we would naturally start to dip below that. So I just want
Yes,
to make
thank you.
that clarification to the community. So that's what our marker is, and I think in our survey, we called it our savings fund balance. We kind of interchanged that to kind of have some more friendly speak out there versus education speak, but that's what we're referring to.
And that included inflation. All those scenarios included inflation.
Those scenarios included inflation,
Okay, thank you.
assumed inflation.
So board, getting consensus on this, I realize that it's not an easy, I think we need to offer, is it 2 or 3? Dr. Thomas, can you tell us, do we need to whittle down?
I would say no more than 3.
No more than 3
Scenarios, you mean?
of these 5 that are given in the survey?
Go around the table again?
Yeah,
or-
let's just, we'll do that. Let's start with you, Director Atkinson.
I like the idea of providing a scenario of what passed in the past, but just adding in the inflationary factor. I'm not going to complicate things, but I live in the retail world, and I think the thing that we're really struggling against is when they go to the ballot and they see 623, and they see the number of 1,300, that's like more than double. And so like, I don't know if there's a way to look at like an 1,100 number, because it's not quite double. But I don't know how much different that is from the 924. So I'm speaking, please, thank you. So that's my thing, because at the end of the day, this has to pass, right? We need to come together to find an affordable option for all of our community members. And my concern is, and I heard about this weekend, we're not the only tax show in town, like you said, Dr. Thomas. And I know Northwoods Development is going through a big assessment, street assessment, from anywhere from $1,300 to $16,000 per household. And, that's concerning. So I think, we really have to, I believe our job of board members here tonight, or not tonight, but in the, near future, is to come up with a number that is affordable for all of our community members. So I would say, for me, it's anywhere under that double number. So under the 1,200.
I'd like to have a point of information, Director Ryder. In my entire time living in the Prior Lake Savage Area District, we've never actually passed an operating levy before. We've only passed bonds for buildings. And the operating levy with the building was there to actually pay for the services of the building. So we've never actually passed an educational levy or a tech levy here, ever. And so we haven't ever passed anything per what was just said, that there is no history of that in relation to what we're doing right now. Second of all, street assessment that has been running through our entire city of Prior Lake only is not equivalent to that. That is that one-time assessment that each neighborhood has been going through for the past couple of years. Obviously, our neighborhood went through it too. But I did want to ask a question. What we're working on here, just to, and I'm not trying to give my answer prematurely, just to clarify that you're asking in the gray section of this questions sheet, you're asking about what's on 13 to do the step up with what we've already said yes to with the 10-year and inflation, to do the step up on here. We're not actually going farther to that, and which scenario, the 67, the 32, et cetera.
So, yes, right now we're just
Okay.
on number 2, and we're
Right.
talking just year 1. And then we'll talk about whether or not there's an appetite for the stepped up type question.
Okay, thanks.
And Director Ryder, point of information, I mean, November 7th, 2017, we had an operating levy, passed $9.24 per student for 10 years. It passed at 62%, a 38% no. So there really was an operating levy. I don't understand what you're referring to, Director France, but.
That was an operating levy associated with the cost of running the school.
I understand,
of
but it was
paying for
still
the
an-
building. It wasn't an operating
Still an
levy
operating
that,
levy.
that actually paid for this. So we're not opening up, we're not creating a school and having to pay for utilities, maintenance, et cetera, for that building.
It still was an operating levy that our community
It
voted
is
on. So I
not
understand your perception of
same.
that, but our perception is, of our community's perception of it is still on their taxes as a voter-approved levy. So
If
I
I
think
may,
that's,
this
I
was
think that's
almost 10
misleading.
years ago,
This is-
so
And by the way, you don't speak for the community.
Board members, can we just go board member by board member? Director Atkinson?
Thank you, I'm done. Thank you. Mhm.
Okay. Director Johnson?
Okay, I'm good.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting you, Director Johnson. Director Atkinson, can you just restate where what you stated? Because I think that there was a lot of.
Yeah, no problem.
of conversation that happened.
Again, I think it's voting perception when you go to the ballot, and I think it has to be under the 1,200 in order to get approved by our community. So somewhere under the 1,200. So 11, 11, 9, I don't care.
So
which one amount? Which amount?
Which scenarios
We're
would you
between
like
the
them?
15 and the 32.
15?
Oh, it
Is that
would,
what you mean?
yeah, it would be, it would probably be that 15.
Okay, and if you wanted to have more than one scenario rolled out, because
Well, I like.
Dr. Thomas was sharing that, no more than 3 for them to give us information to move forward. You're stating 1 around the $15 mark.
Yeah, because I think that would
But do you
pass.
have another option that you would like to see?
No, I think that would pass. I think our community could get behind that.
Okay,
All
all
of our community.
All right, thank you. Director Johnson?
15 and 32 is good.
Okay.
Oh, I should say yes, I'd like to see 32 as well. But I mean,
Okay.
just those two, I think, for us as a board to come to agreement in is
No,
fine. Mhm.
thank you. Thank you, that helps.
Okay.
All right, Director Mason?
Yeah, I mean, my mind just goes to what can our community get behind, right? And, I think obviously we had the graphs, and if we went the $67 mark, only 32% of our voters would support it, and only 46% of our resident families, or whatever it was. So, or 46 combined, I think it was. So, I mean, that, it wouldn't pass, right, is what that survey told us. Also, just the feedback from the prior levy at $45, was largely that it was unaffordable. And I think, learning from our failures is essential for success. So I think it's, it's not about me and my kids and me sitting on the board. This is about what I think our community can get behind and what what we can pass, because I don't want to be sitting here making the decision to renew. And so I guess I would support like up to the $32 one. I think anything above that is just risky. I don't know. I know I'd asked for this before, but if there was something between the $32 and like $40 level, again, just staying below, obviously the 45, which didn't pass last time.
Okay, so Director Mason, you would, if you were to pick 3 scenarios, you are saying you would choose them to show the 15, the 32, and you're picking a different dollar amount?
Yeah, I don't know that I'm supportive of the 46. I just don't think we have the majority vote there.
Okay.
With our non-resident families. I just, again, it didn't pass last time. I don't know why it would this time.
Okay. Director Olstad.
I'm truly asking because I'm reading this chart a different way. When I look at the survey, and again, I mean, I wish more people would have taken the survey. But how much would you invest? I'm looking at, am I reading this wrong? I mean, truly, I'm asking, am I reading this wrong?
So like the 32% of voters, the blue, would support the 67. It's not like an up to.
So what are you confused
Is that what you're
about?
asking?
Well, I look at 67 a month. That's the highest one. And I'm looking at right almost at 50% of, now I'm looking at the resident families, that's the orange. 50% would support 67. Am I reading that incorrectly?
No, you're not.
Okay, so, and then voting total, I don't know, around maybe 48, 47 of all of the surveys would support at 67, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not trying to be sassy, I wanted to make sure I was reading that correct. So I'm just looking at our survey results. I think our survey was really good about detailing, like, this option would still come with cuts, right? This option would still come with this amount of reductions potentially. And I look at the $15 a month, and as you said, like, it'll cancel itself out. So I don't know how I can go to the voters and say, vote for this, and trust me, I understand different amounts for everybody. I truly do get that. But I don't see how in good conscience I could go to the voters and say, here's our scenario for $15 a month, but it literally will cancel itself out. And what do you get for that? So that's what I'm trying to, again, make sure I'm reading this graph correct. So if I'm looking at nearly 50% of the voting total, I want to see 67. I want to see 67. Along with, and again, I know the scenarios would include, or I'm assuming the scenarios would include this, like what that really means and what potential reductions could mean at that level or at any of these levels, to the point we know clearly, but I want to see 46 and 67. Please.
Dr. Billion, sorry, I forgot to mention one thing. I also think it depends on what the answer is to the capital levy. And like the whole picture is a factor, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know. Like, I was going with these amounts with the assumption I would say yes to that, but I don't know if that's the decision across the board. So just want to put that up.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Like, I was picking my amounts with the assumption I would say yes to the capital levies project, but I guess, like, again, this is like looking at the whole picture, right? And so I think
Agree.
It depends on the decision on this answer for me to put my amounts on this answer too.
And yeah, that's very fair. You know, this exercise, honestly, board is, and Dr. Thomas, please, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is truly to give the administration some direction, because rolling out all of the scenarios is time consuming and all of the resources that it takes for that.
Yep.
So trying to get board consensus on which scenarios to bring forward. None of this is etched in stone. We aren't making decisions tonight, but it's helping the administration move forward. Am I?
That is true. And we can't build out scenarios for every single dollar threshold. And so really, like I said, 3 would be the tops, 2 would be ideal. But, you know, I think just in terms of trying to bring clarity to a conversation, we couldn't do this with 5 different fully vetted things. We'd be all over the place.
Right.
So yes, I would say trying to whittle it down.
To 2. 2 would be preferable.
2 would be preferable.
Very good.
Preferable.
Okay. Director Olsted, do you have anything else?
I am done. Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then I will just go in line with my answer for this question would be the $32 a month, given the first time this was presented to us, 7 million was kind of the floor. And based on that information, I would say for me, the 32 and the 46, I guess. Director France?
The 67 and the 46, I think anything, 67 is the only thing that keeps us out of statutory operating debt, especially given the last failed levy. And that's something that needs to be clearly communicated, because if we're considering trying to be fiscally responsible, we actually lose our right to control our own budget if we cannot afford the schools and the state will take over. So that's the only option available. And 46 is, I will say that's only with the capital levy also, because that's the only way we'll stay out of statutory operating debt.
Point of information, the use of the word statutory operating debt, it's our board's job to bring a balanced budget, and that will keep us out of statutory operating debt. So I think using those kind of terms at the board table are very dangerous. And I think, I'm just going to say that we would have to be at 1% fund balance to be in statutory operating debt. And so I just think that it's our job as a board to bring a balanced budget, and that keeps us keeps our fund balance in line. So
interesting. Mm-hmm. Director Ryder, would you care to answer the definition of statutory operating debt and how we could end up in
it begins around 2.5%.
Oh, 2.5, okay, thank you.
But also,
But
if
not
we
8.
can't afford mandated requirements, statutory required services to our students because we don't have the income necessary to do it, then we would first deduct from our fund balance, which wouldn't even cover that, and we would end up in statutory operating debt, because that's what you meant by the so many years that would cover us. With
We
the
have
addition
been
of using
making
the fund
cuts
balance.
of $4 million for the last 3 years. I'm challenged at this moment to think of where those cuts are going to come from as we look at another 3. If we're faced with basically working only on the expenditure side of things and trying to stay in balance by reducing expenditures, I will say that.
Director Smith?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just, looking at the survey and the $15 a month, no new investments, as Dr. Thomas just illustrated, it's basically in and then it's out the door for expenses. And I agree that a balanced budget keeps us out of statutory operating debt, but the fiscal picture that we are on, that's going to take a lot of painful decisions. So, and I am struggling, admittedly, because again, I get frustrated when we almost say it is a foregone conclusion that if we choose this amount, it will fail. That's not how things work. And I think, again, if we are talking about being honest about what these different amounts mean for the district and for our ability to keep providing a world-class education for our students, if we say $67 a month, then that is what I would say is what gives us the best opportunity to do that. And it is incumbent upon us to state that very clearly, to say this is why we as a board chose this amount. So I get a little frustrated when I hear that if we go based on the last levy, that, you know, if we choose $46 a month, like, that it will fail. I don't know if that is true. If it was true, why would we, I mean, then I guess why would we even ask the question, I guess? We have to give an opportunity to people to understand what is actually going on, instead of just assuming that they're going to look at a number and say, nope, don't want that. And I get it. There are people that are going to do that. But the goal, the idea, is to reach as many people as possible to articulate why does the school need this amount? How do we justify that amount? How do we talk about how that amount is going to be invested and used? And again, if we talk about why the last levy failed, I don't think it was the amount. I think it was from what I've heard from a lot of parents, the notion that it wasn't clear where that money was going to be invested. Okay, fine. Again, I have been very clear, and I think that Dr. Thomas, you and your team have been very clear about what this money would do. I think that goes a long way in identifying what amount we would choose and why it was chosen. So with that being the case, I would go with the $46 a month option or the $67 a month option.
Okay. Hearing from all board members regarding that question, Director Ryder or Dr. Thomas, do you want to guide us through the next one?
I just want to be clear. So if I were to just whittle it down to two, combining all of your ranges, 32 and 46 are where we have the majority consensus. So that's just where I've done my tabulation. And so if it's okay with the board, I would like to go back with our team looking at 32 and 46. And then the other one that everything else is kind of split across on the high end and on the lowest end. But those are the ones where we had the majority of consensus. And again, for discussion, you're not making a vote, and certainly we could tailor things from there, and you can kind of do your math up or down when we have conversations, but it allows us to get more efficient with our time to turn this around for you in 2 weeks.
Well, and can I just ask a clarifying question, Dr. Thomas? I understand that, you said no more than 3.
Sure.
2 would be preferable. When I think to, even public forum this evening, some of the comments that looking at public forum and also looking at this survey, Director Olstad, you asked the question, am I reading this right? And it looks like the most favorable response from the survey was the $67 amount. And so given, if we were to take the information from the survey, and if we are truly having the ability to roll out 3 different scenarios, given just the magnitude of the survey results, it was, you know, it was favorable to the $67 a month. I would ask if the administration would be able to include that amount as well.
Director Bolin, can we just get a point of maybe clarification? I mean, we sat here last week and talked about how all of us didn't believe that this was really a great survey, that it was, you know, it was definitely geared towards the people who are the consumers, right? It's the parents who
all
are the
doesn't
most
include me.
highly invested people within our district. And it really got just a small portion of our voters. And it's those, you know, the people who don't have kids in our district, the people who don't, we lose to other educational options. There's, how many voters did you say, Director Mason? 28, 38, 32,000 voters, and this was represented by 382. So I putting that much weight on the survey is concerning to me. I mean, I think what I like the most about that survey is the definitely support. Like, people definitely said they definitely support us going forward with the survey. Regarding the dollar amount, I think that leads.
Point of order, Director Bullion, we've had one board member speaking for over 32 minutes total that I just added when it went to 9:46
Boy, that is
on
a
this
point
one
of
topic.
Point of clarification.
Can we just expedite this, please?
That's not true. One board member
Because
speaking.
I think we're kind
Director
of misstating
Mason.
it. Like, I think there's, when you look at this graph, it's not, yes, the $67 amount has the most number of respondents, right? That makes sense. But even given that, even if we thought this was the best survey in the world, 49% of our resident families, 46% of our voting total, or 32% of our voters would support the levy. That's saying that wouldn't, I mean, that's not the majority of the voters, the people that took the survey.
Right.
So it's important to look at the percentages. It's not like, yes, the graph is the highest because we had the most respondents, but that doesn't equate to that's the most number of people supporting. So there's a big difference when you look at this graph. And I think, keeping in mind, anybody that supports 67 would support anything down.
Correct.
Anybody that supports 46 would support anything down, right? So when you look at this graph, what this tells us is that actually the $46 a month is what would pass. Correct me if I'm misstating something.
Yeah, no, I think that's kind of where
yes, it's the most number of respondents, but that doesn't mean it's
right, and
the majority.
I think just kind of building off of that point and other points that have been made around, well, why would we ask for something that failed in the past? But what we're seeing is that is actually where people seem to be settling in. I think now, as a result of seeing the repercussions of what we talked about back then, of how big do you want your class sizes and how many schools do you want us to close? Pass a levy, and it wasn't, and I think there was some concern around, fear, but I think we're living the reality that we forecasted. And so, to be short-sighted now, a second time around, I think will be very, very costly. And so I just encourage the board, encourage the board to really think about what would it take to bring resources for experiences that every one of us want our kids to have on a daily basis. And about that. And so I just landed, again, looking at the kind of the consensus right now, 32 and 46 are the ones that seem to be the consensus of tonight's discussion for us to go back and have some mock-ups. I think from there, you all will have much more detail then underneath to say, okay, let's ratchet this up or let's throttle that back.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Director Ryder, I have another question, sorry. Could we get any information from Ellers on, based on how many ever levies are in the state of Minnesota, how many statistically have passed when they've asked for a higher amount versus a lower amount? And I mean, I know they do this all day long, so can they provide any data on that? I mean, I did my own little ChatGPT search, and it basically said that the odds of something passing higher when it failed previously are very low. And so I know there's a lot of factors in that regarding, communication, and like Director Smith said, being intentional about our community understanding what they're voting for. But I'm just wondering if they have any data that could help support our board's decision-making.
So I heard information regarding percentages of referendums that have passed when asking for a higher amount than what had previously failed.
Yeah, and I can send you my analysis that I found as well.
Okay.
It did like a 10-year search of all levies in the state of Minnesota, and those that have passed, those didn't pass, and all that kind of stuff, so.
Okay, I understand your question.
Okay, thanks.
Next.
Yeah, we'll fill that in.
So number 3, and that is, sorry, and that is going to, asking the board, if you recall last week, we had Ellers present a stepped-up version so that we would start with the basis of year 1, and then over the life of 10 years, we would kind of grow towards a higher dollar threshold. So wanted to get a sense of from the board, if you want a fixed amount for those 10 years, or would you want to build, so for example, starting at 32, building towards 46, just using those 2 that came out of consensus today, or do you want to stay like at a 32, for example?
Board members, do you have any questions on that question? Okay, we'll go around the table. Director Smith, we will start with you. Would you like to see a step up or a flat rate?
Step up, yes.
Director France?
Step up.
I will take that in line. I do have a question on the step up. My concern with the step up is confusion on the ballot.
Yep.
That's my biggest concern, because I feel like when people are not clear on something, they would say no. And I am very mindful of that. So with that said, I would say I would be for not the step up. Fixed. Okay.
Does that depend on the language used, or is that in general?
Just in general, even with the clearest language. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was asking.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. That is my concern regarding the 2. I mean, sitting here on the board, hearing presentation after presentation, having the one-on-one conversations, I feel like I have understanding. And at the ballot box, my concern would be if people are not understanding what that step up is, they are going to say no. And so my vote would be for fixed. Director Olstad?
We've never done this before, according to Ellers. I wrote that down, that we've never done a step up here. Con, yeah, it adds complexity, potentially. The pro, we don't have to go back to the voters. There has been some success in other districts. He mentioned, just because I wrote them down, Westonka, Edina, Minnetonka. Those are also districts that, I mean, anecdotally speaking, don't really have trouble passing levies. And others have done this with no success either. I mean, sometimes they do it and it fails. So I'm torn on this one, if I'm being quite honest. I know that's not helpful. And I don't want to ask for, I really don't. I don't want to ask for a scenario with and a scenario without. I mean, y'all are doing so much already.
Can I make a statement? I don't want to talk out of turn though, Chair Bullion.
Like Director France's statement. Director
Sure.
Olson. Let's hear it.
One of the reasons why the step up works, as long as the language is clear, is because more people are apt to vote for a delayed expense than an immediate expense.
And I can see that too.
And that's why Minnetonka
And
got theirs.
I mean, I read this, the sample that he gave in his presentation. I read this and it's pretty clear to me. I mean, it's spelled out pretty decent. I'm also right here versus the average person being right here, right? So, I wouldn't mind exploring a step up, I suppose.
Director Mason?
All that to say that.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Director Billion, and I think it adds confusion at the ballot, and I think just it gives a level of like long-term uncertainty to voters. So I would say no.
Say fixed.
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Fixed.
Director Atkinson?
Yeah, I think it adds complexity, particularly about how we communicate that to our community. We saw with the levy results, we have a hard time reaching our voters. I also would love to understand, how do they communicate that when you click into a website that says, this is how much I'm expected to pay versus my homeowners, but then in 3 or 4 years, this is how much I'm gonna pay. It just seems very confusing, and so I think we have a better chance of passing a fixed rate levy. It's just less confusion, and knowing that we have the challenges that we have with communicating with our homeowners, that's what I support.
All right. So, next.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for question number 4 then, we're now talking about a capital projects levy and whether or not to explore that. The dollar amount that we have proposed and from my perspective would be more palatable to our taxpayers might be the fact that it's a replacement of debt that's falling off otherwise. So that's something to consider. I mean, if we weren't in those circumstances, I can see where there's lots of other questions that people would be asking, right? But in this case, the scenarios we're looking at, doing that in 29 does not create a tax impact for taxpayers.
Does not create any.
Additional, thank you. No new tax. So they won't see the decline, but they won't see new related to that.
And will this be tied to the first question or not?
That's a call for the board to make.
So it would be, sorry.
It need not be.
So this would be, according to you, for us, question 1 and question 2, or just a question 1 without a question 2?
Our recommendation would be question 1 and average home 5 1/4. Average home 5 1/4 right now is paying about $17 a month. That equates to about $3.3 million of capital levy revenue that we would maintain. So we would shift it from the debt service to capital.
I think this is more confusing than the last one. Being honest.
So if I might, I'm going to pull up another screen here that I'm hoping will assist.
And not, I shouldn't say, the question isn't confusing. It's to put both of them together. Like, you know what I mean?
On the
Like
ballot?
Yeah.
So you would not put an operating referendum and a capital projects levy in the same question.
Right. Right.
They're two separate questions,
Right.
and then you decide whether you're making there a contingency between them, you know, if one's contingent to the other. Sometimes that's done. There's no reason for us to make that happen here. We can meet our needs by just having two separate questions, and people just vote on those two questions.
Excuse me, but the problem is that what if people see a cheaper rate and no new tax on the second question, go for that, and think that they could do and, but they're voting only yes for one. We could
There's a
actually,
point.
we could actually step on the rake.
To your point.
Yeah.
100%.
Thank you for that.
Director France, can you say that again?
Step on a rake?
No, your point.
If you give, so let me give an example. The last time we tried to separate the cost of, the operating cost of a building with the actual bond of the building, and that was Red Tail Ridge. And people chose one or the other, and we ended up building a building, and the operating levy associated with that building was not passed, and therefore, we couldn't it sat mothballed for over a year.
I understand that, and the question here that we're on is number 4. Reaching consensus from the board will the levy campaign include a capital projects levy question, yes or no? So what we're being asked is 2 separate questions on the ballot.
Or one contingent, so if you vote yes, you cannot
But
pass the second one. Yeah.
But right now, for this question tonight, we're not talking about contingencies.
When we talk language, you can deal with the contingent part. At this point, if you want numbers, we need to kind of just understand like what dollar amounts we're talking about, so we can get you to that point.
What it would look like cost-wise.
Oh, yeah.
We just need to know a yes or no at this
So
point.
at this point in time, we need to know a yes or no. So hopefully that gives us a little bit more clarity of tonight's consensus. And so with that being said, is there any other questions regarding this question? For Director Ryder or Dr. Thomas? Board members, hearing none, we'll start with our consensus on this. Director Atkinson, can we start with you?
My vote is no, because I think we're going to have a hard enough time getting the one passed. And I do believe that, I'm looking back at the 2016 levy, where it was a $129 million bond and the 2.5 million or 2.2 million, and that failed. My concern is that people are going to see the first levy for, 7 to 10 million or whatever it might be. And they're going to say, oh, maybe not that much, but I'll go for the 3.3 million because it'll only be effective within the next, it's not even effective this year. It'll be effective the next, 29?
29.
So that's very concerning to me because at the end of the day, if the operating levy doesn't pass, the board is going to be asked to auto-renew it in the spring.
Okay, so you're
I'm a
no
no.
for that. Okay, Director Johnson?
I would like to explore it.
Okay, so that would be a yes. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, Director Mason?
Yes.
Director Olsted?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Director France?
Yes.
And Director Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Next, we're on the back side of the paper. Is there questions on this?
That was the backside.
On the back, there's some list of items. These were taken from the ballot language that was proposed and was kind of like, just here's how much you could put into the ballot language if you chose to. My wondering is, when we prepare information for you, is there anything on this list you feel cannot be on that question?
Can you take
Sure.
us?
So if you take a look at the ballot language that was provided as a sample related to the capital projects levy, and I'll get that right up here on the screen. The question I'm having is, and it doesn't necessarily, I mean, this is something that can be decided at a later time too. It doesn't require costing. When you're talking about a capital projects levy, you know, since the debt that's falling off is 3.8 million, we would assume just to fill it in, right, at 3.8 million. But when you get past the question and where you see the 38 million, because it's over 10 year, from there on, it's talking about how that money would be used or could be used, okay? And generally speaking, districts will keep this as wide open as possible to account for whatever they might need to have coming up that is unforeseen at this moment when they're trying to get the vote. So what you're seeing here is like examples of what can and others do put in to the question. My wondering is there anything that you absolutely feel cannot be in our question, should we have one?
Can I get a point of clarification on something?
Mm-hmm.
Can you help me understand why this would be on this year's ballot versus passing one and then coming back the following year? and doing it? I mean, given the timing, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Well, when you're talking about a capital projects levy, oftentimes those dollars that you're spending it on do require some planning, right? So, I mean, we've been working on a capital budget out 5 to 10 years and trying to figure out exactly what the needs are for curriculum, what the needs are for technology, what the needs are for operating Dan's area, right? This also can help with LTFM. So like you remember, he has an LTFM plan that right now has a $6 million a year, and he's spending nothing the year before because he doesn't have room for it. So this could kind of like help out in that particular year, for example, if you allow it in the question. So my concern is by the end of June, we need to have a review and comment prepared and ready for the department to approve in order to have that back to us before voters begin voting.
Okay, similar to like max certifying levies, broadening it, you can always go less, but you can't add something after it's been reviewed and approved.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
So the question here for the board to decide, and if we were to go around the table you're asking, is there anything on this list that should not be included?
We will need to know for sure what we're putting into a review and comment, but it's not necessary until end of June for us to submit that. But we are sitting here at the beginning of May, and I'm putting it out there, making sure that you are aware that we're gonna have to make that choice.
So your question, what you'd like consensus on, or what you'd like board member information is, how do I ask this question? Because
If we are going to move forward with the capital levy, are there items on this list that you couldn't support using capital dollars for? So if textbook and materials was something like, nope, I don't want to use it for textbooks, then you would say everything but textbooks, or everything but renovation projects. So that's what we want to know, what would come off of this, and if there's consensus around something that should get pulled.
Are you referring, Director Tubbs, to curriculum when you say textbooks?
Yeah, curriculum, textbooks,
Okay, I
and
don't see
materials.
textbooks listed here, so.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I see,
listed there.
I see, I'm sorry, a curriculum. I mean, is this again something that you can run through the finance committee? I think it'd be great to get their
that's
perspective on
intent.
that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll be doing this.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I think I would caution with tech levy. I mean, we went through town hall meetings, town halls, and one of the things that I heard in the town hall meetings was our community's concerned with the amount of technology within our district. So I would caution putting technology on there unless it's something that's and I think in general, if the board goes forward with this capital project levy, I think it should be very specific. I think the more specific we can be, the better chances it has of passing.
board members, is there anyone that has anything on this list that they would like definitely stricken?
We do run the risk of putting everything into the pot and then making it look like we're just asking for money to do whatever we want. And historically, and while I appreciate Director Powers' struggle with the LTFM and the maintenance, I think that there has been a history of, especially as we're closing a school and doing all that, of talking about using this for renovation projects. As much as I know we need money everywhere, I think that may be a little too broad, as well as betterment of school sites and facilities. Those are the two things that I think that we should maybe take out of the kitchen sink model here and leave it with basically your typical curriculum improvements, internal software improvements, and I don't know anybody that would say no to safety and security improvements, which also has to do with software anyways. But that would be my initial guess.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything to add? Director Mason?
Yeah, I think I would strike the word acquisition on the first one. fine leaving the betterment of school sites and facilities, but just given the declining enrollment
Yeah.
right now, I think that is a word I
Yeah.
wouldn't include. I think I tend to agree that, given the history with the tech levy and, I think perception from the community is that they don't want technology. I know it doesn't always mean kids have rid of iPads, right? But perception wise, I think technology gets risky, and even curriculum to some extent. I would support this also being pretty explicit, and I agree that, I don't know anyone that wouldn't support the safety and security improvements. I like the other items, maybe just like the bottom three, I think are the ones I would probably strike or reword.
Else?
Yeah, I think it's, I wrote down, on the, presentation that, this particular kind of question was broad by design. But obviously, we need to say generally what the money would be used for, but it was broad by design because, to your point, Dr. Thomas, we can't go back in and add anything. So I think that's why it's broad. Technology is infrastructure, training, it's all of these things. So I would actually like to leave it in. It's not just iPads. So I would like to leave it in. And, I mean, curriculum, I mean, we have to leave that in. It's, in my opinion, we're a school district. It'd be nice to, have money for that. So I don't really see, I agree with the taking out the word acquisition. I think that's a good call. I hear you on the renovation. I think that makes sense. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything I'd strike.
And just to be sure, for clarity, the acquisition of curriculum, the acquisition and maintenance?
It's, if
first
I'm
one.
understanding
Oh,
you correctly, the top one, right? Yeah.
Oh, you're in the, 10-4, because there's acquisition
Oh,
is
yeah, I'm
listed
sorry, yes,
3
you're right.
times in
The
in
top
this
one is what I
list.
meant, yeah.
Okay, very good.
My only feedback on curriculum is I feel like perception of a capital levy, like you always go to buildings or things you can, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So I just am trying to community perception with that, and like that should fall under operating, right? But I hear you. We need it.
It's that phrase, the levies are for learning, building, bonds are for building. That's what I always go back to.
Anyone else?
It's easy to remember.
Dr. Thomas, do you feel like you've gotten direction
I
that
heard,
you're looking for on this
renovation
page?
projects and the acquisition in the first one are the two kind of strikes. Everything else is kind of still fair game, maybe some wordsmithing. I would just say, if I were to be kind of encouraging the board, betterment of our school sites and facilities, just generally speaking, if we need to redesign space, if we need to look at, different types of communal-based furniture, things of that nature, that would fall underneath that. That makes sense. I don't know how we move forward with capital without safety and security. That has come up in every discussion that we've had. Playground improvements, given the magnitude of what we're trying to accomplish with accessibility and knowing that we have limitations for some of our kids, that would be something, we know it's a passion project of our community. We know that they would get behind that, just from what we heard tonight. And that wouldn't have to be ongoing, but it's just something that we could do. Career and tech ed equipment is something, our MinCaps program and other high school-based programs is huge. Getting kids ready for that would be important. Curriculum, textbook materials, for me, has been capitalized for years and decades, so that makes sense. I know the average consumer, public, thinks curriculum should be something that's just general operating, but it is a capital expense, oftentimes, in every district, so so that makes sense to me. My only push around technology, I would not limit the flexibility of technology-related personnel and training. The reason being is that this is where you can actually leverage some of your capital, some of your operating, as I shared last week, some of your operating capital differently, and maybe that's a variable that you can slide that lever for a period of time. So maybe we pay for IT personnel from the capital levy for X amount of years, because we're going to free up that general fund and we're going to put that into or our operating fund, and we're going to actually put that money into our general fund to build up our fund balance, stuff like that. I mean, those are things that you all can explore. I'm not recommending that's what you do, but it's just, those are some of the things that you could potentially consider, over the life of the levy. So,
If I may, you said something that I was just thinking, actually, because, we can put some of the money from this into fund balance. Is that something that we should actually list? No?
No.
Why? Okay, why?
I
Curious.
don't, go ahead, if you want to give your rationale for saying no.
You're asking people to basically.
Put money in a savings account?
Yeah, put money into a savings
No,
account.
I get that, yeah.
It's given all the other struggles we've had and also the massive, obviously campaigns that were vote no. I mean, this would be a godsend to somebody to go out on a vote no campaign for.
And I get that, and it's
to be
probably
blunt.
too broad
Yeah, and
to
it's
say
not going to be
anyway.
like the intentionality around, but like similar to the conversation, Director Atkinson had a question earlier about, the budget. And so the conversation, we get higher revenues, and if we have more revenues, we can make some decisions of saying, okay, are we going to put some of this into a restricted fund balance? Are we going to put some of this into our operating fund balance? Those are decisions, because you would be freeing up dollars, you have some flexibility in how you do this. So your revenue side will show more revenue because you've offset that with a capital expense, and now you can determine what you would invest with that freed up operating levy, or what you might contain or save. So, but those are decisions that the board would make. It wouldn't be something that you would go out and campaign for.
Sure, yeah, no, completely get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A budgeting exercise.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, do we feel like we gave good enough direction? I think having
I think so.
having it go to the Finance and Operations Committee too, that will be helpful for the board.
This was super helpful. This worksheet.
Yes, thanks for
Yes.
providing that. All right, let's find where we are on we are on our curriculum recommendation. Next up is the curriculum recommendation adoption. This item was presented at last week's meeting and is before us tonight for action. I will now entertain a motion to approve the curriculum recommendation.
Who made?
By Director Mason.
Second.
And a second by Director France. Is there any discussion or questions the board has? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. That passes 7-0. All right, next up, our next action item is the CISO Transportation Consulting Contract. I'll invite Director Ryder to present.
Yes, thank you. Included in the board packet is the actual agreement. I want to preface this with an understanding of where this is coming from. Why is this before you? We began an RFP process related to transportation, and in that process, we wrote that RFP with the intention that we were going to have routing separated from the bus services. And at our last conversation regarding the action the board took related to the RFP, it was for us to continue to negotiate an agreement related to the routing and to, with CISO, which was the one sole routing that fit the needs that we had requested in the RFP. And then under the bus services, there were two vendors that we wanted to pursue negotiating contracts with, and that is the Prior Lake School Bus Association and CST. In the process of beginning those conversations around those agreements with the various different vendors, we shifted. We shifted what our needs are with regard to routing. it became clear that we needed to have routing that was all in one system. We currently do not have a portion of our routes on a system. And so we want to make sure that moving forward, we do have a system that encompasses all of the routes and that is manageable by not only the routers, but also someone within the district for oversight purposes. And as we build these for 26, 27, we want to make sure that these routes are as efficient as possible. Given what we have with the condensation of our school buildings, we know that there's a couple of routes that they've already identified. The bus company has identified could probably be reduced. So we've already put that forward as part of our reductions, and you've seen that in the list before. But we haven't really figured out our special ed piece yet, okay? And that's an ever-changing model. Michelle and I have been working with the various companies to kind of vet through some of those questions with them. And tonight, present here and still hanging in with us, which I appreciate, is our Prior Lake School Bus Association representatives. And they can share their perspective as well, but I just wanted to make sure you understood what the purpose of this agreement is, and that is for us to shift our focus in working with CISO to help us implement a new system, one that they have trained multiple districts on already, and can assist us in getting set up for all of our routes. We want to start with our summer school, which is somewhat the urgency, and then use it as a testing for those who are at the bus company as they route and get used to the system. And then we also want to build all of next year's routes, right, for all of the various different needs. Doing that, we know that we currently are paying $15,000 for our current software, which is an older software. They have an upgrade. To go to that upgrade will cost us, instead of $15,000, it will cost us $32,000. $27,000 the first year, $32,000 the next year, and beyond. And there's an additional $10,700 of training for that particular software. There are two other larger companies in the state that oftentimes people will turn to for routing software. All of them are more expensive than what we're talking about. They're in the $20,000 to $30,000 range as well. The cost of this particular software, if we buy it ourselves directly outside of any other contract with CISO, will be about $17,800. If we work it with the CISO contract, they're embedding it and there's no cost additional to us. If we leave CISO, which is the intent of working with CISO is to get us up and running and having all of our procedures in place so we can continue our own oversight and our routers at the bus company can feel confident in how they can be efficient with those routing on this particular software and manage that. Then at that point in time, we will see our data cloned off into our own and continue using it, and we would then be billed directly. And within 90 days, as you see in the agreement, our data would be deleted from the CISO hosting site. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have related to this. And I also want to provide the opportunity for the perspective of the bus company to be heard too. Would you like to come up? I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves so they know who's who.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lindsay Harrigan, and I am with Prior Lake School Bus Association. Kind of uniquely to Prior Lake School Bus Association, we are an association that's made up of two owners, and we work simultaneously under that contract to fulfill it for the school district. So with me, I have Jerry Behrens, she's one of the owners, and Nikki Gendron, she is also affiliated with us. So together we're coming here tonight just to let you know that we've continued to work through negotiations with the district on an upcoming contract. And we want to make it sure that it's clear to you that we are committed to finding a transportation solution that works best for the district. We are open to CISO helping with routing and possible software transitions that would include special ed routes too, to help with the efficiency to make sure we feel that everyone is more open and understanding to what's going on with transportation. And we are also confident that with working with them, we'll have the right training and support so that we can manage this moving forward after this year.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions?
Board members, open it up for any questions or discussion. Director Mason.
Yeah, I had a few questions that I didn't get answered, I think, when I sent in. I guess, and maybe concerns, but in the contract, is there somewhere it's explicitly stated it includes the software fees? Because I think all of the fees listed here are specific to services.
It's embedded.
It's just embedded within.
Yes.
Should we have them state that? Seems not typical.
I mean, it does spell out the fact that they are providing the software and the training.
I didn't read that anywhere. I guess I was just curious where,
Scope
like,
of
it says it would
services?
provide oversight, advisory, implementation support services, but nowhere does it state, like, we're including the software license fees. At least I might have missed it.
So it says on page 8, CISO will provide and support the implementation of Easy Routing as the district's primary routing platform. Will collaboratively work. Services under this will include the support, the setup, configuration, and coordination of that implementation. Training, development of consistent routing, ongoing guidance, collaborating with the district. Under the contract, where did we put that? Page, because we added it specifically about after working with tech on this information, it was suggested on page 1, under term and termination. In the event the client provides timely notice of non-renewal in accordance with section 2B, then the client may elect to continue the use of the Easy Routing platform through a direct agreement with the software provider.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. I saw that piece of it. I think it just maybe on page, well, it's 80 on my printout. I don't know what page it is on. It's not super clear. It just says it would support the implementation and ongoing use, not the actual software. So I don't know. That felt concerning to me. But, and then I guess, my concern maybe with this more is, well, I guess the other question is, it wasn't really clear if this is time and materials or fixed fee contract. So if we, start getting into training and I know, the Easy Routing software looks great, like they're touting it as easy to learn and quote, we made our system user friendly so anyone can learn it quickly. If we learned it in, 100 hours and not the 800 hours, would we be, like, is it time and materials and they're only billing actuals, or is this a fixed fee?
So you're seeing a list of the hours that are anticipated, and you can see it rolled out where you're seeing it broken down by the periods of months. And the reality is there's the setup, the implementation of everything, getting it going.
Right.
As I mentioned, we're going to do summer school, right? So that'll take us into the summer months of June and July. And we will want to make sure we're using them and utilizing CISO throughout all of September when we're getting our buses just up and rolling. We want to make sure that the bus company can focus also on their services and not be worried about learning a new system. So they have the backup and support throughout that period of September, even into October. They're still changing routes and bus stops and things of that nature for the gen ed routes. And when you're talking about special ed, it's not uncommon to see that need work its way into the November. I mean, special ed's always changing.
It's always changing.
It's always changing. So
yeah, but like, will we need support to make those changes, or will you be able, to learn it and then do it yourself? Is the question. I guess for me, it's risky, and typically with the fixed fee contract, they're adding a premium to do so. So, I guess preference would always be with software contracts to do a T&M, and if we don't use the hours, we don't get billed for them, right? So this feels high, but again, I don't know the software.
So we're talking about from October on approximately 12 hours a week of support. And so this is things like setting up procedures where what are the reports I want to be able to know and learn how to run out of Easy Routing from my perspective, so that I can easily double check the bill that I get and make sure that if there's any questions, I know where I should be asking those questions, right? How is it that I can pull the data that I need at year-end reporting out of the Easy Routing system, and what is it and how is it we have to put it into the system from our SIS system? So there's a lot of interactivity that happens with your routing software to your student information system, and there's a lot of you want to make sure that you've got all of those kind of things kind of squared away. My emphasis is this contract allows us the time necessary to truly make sure we're set up to move forward on our own, alone on this. And it does,
So I understand that. I guess maybe not answer. It is fixed fee or it is not? I'm
it
just
is
trying to-
800 hours.
Okay, so they will bill us regardless or not if we use it, or, you know, let's say we don't use it all. We will get this fixed fee, $9,950 a month billed.
I have no doubt we will use the 800 hours.
Okay.
If we use more than the 800 hours, then it's $160 an hour as stated in the contract.
Yep, saw that. Okay. I think, yeah, I mean, again, it feels a little bit, the long-term and also like the auto-renew language, I mean, can we strike that and just, so that it comes back to the board next year to get feedback on how it's going, and like we can choose to vote to renew it?
We already
not-
have our calendars marked for it so that we can make sure that this is one of those things we'd run through the Finance and Ops Committee next year, right? Timely enough for it to also make sure then that we have that to give the written notice then, and we will know by March 1st and prior to that, you know, we're set to go with regard to how you guys are feeling about the routes and such. My only concern at that point in time will be the year-end reporting, which I have no doubt with the hours remaining, I can still get what I need from that perspective. So I intentionally left that in there for purposes of A, getting a good price on this, as well as B, having the ability then, should we run into problems, we have a backup.
So with the auto-renew language, they're giving you a discounted rate?
I believe we got a better price. I can't say that for certain.
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with that language. And then I had just proposed a couple things around including some language regarding change authorization. If we do go over that amount, does it require a change, and does that come back to the board again for approval? I know there's not to exceed language in here, but again, if you guys, let's say we go ask for something additional or ask for additional help with something or go over the hours, putting language in to protect around requiring a change auth before you're invoiced for that.
Do you mean
is usually a good
requiring
idea.
board approval?
I mean, in general, I think it's good practice to have the language in there to require change approval from your sake, but I don't know what I guess maybe that's the question. At what amount would that require?
$160 per hour for anything over 800 hours.
No, but like at what point would you bring it back to the board for approval if you were?
If our scope is changing, then that has to come before the board, in my
Any
opinion.
scope change? Okay. Yeah, I don't feel like that's explicitly stated either. There's a couple of things in here language-wise. I think it just would be, if we were more clear on the language, it would protect us a little bit.
Well, and keeping in mind too, Director Mason, just, I understand like the questions or the concerns that you're raising, but what's being brought before the board is action on the contract, which.
I know, and I just, again, I go back to like, this hasn't gone to Finance and Ops Committee. We haven't seen the full picture of the RFP, so it's hard to, I'm uncomfortable approving it because I haven't seen the full picture, and so we're doing this piece of it, and that's great, but, and then also with the new SI coming on board, let's say they come on board and they have a ton of experience with this particular software. I don't know, there's just a lot of unknowns, and this is a long contract with an auto-renew in here. It makes me a little uncomfortable, personally.
Any other questions or comments?
Director Bullion, I have some questions. First of all, I appreciate your perspective as our treasurer and being on the Finance Committee, the questions that you've raised, Director Mason, so thank you. I guess I would just love to better understand, I mean, you go to the website for Easy Routing, and they sell their self as a software that's easy to use so anyone can learn it quickly and easily. When I did a quick search on it, it appears that several rural districts like ours have already implemented the software. And I'm trying to wrap my heads around, 800 hours of training when, our teachers are doing, we've heard what they've done for professional development training, which is way under 800 years. So, or 800 hours, sorry, it's late. 800 hours, $130,000 for consultant fees. I mean, is it possible to reach out to one of these other districts that implemented and get their feedback on the easy routing system? Is it easier to use than what I'm having a hard time with this consultant contract.
the scope
I
of-
mean, when we're making cuts to kids' programs, to sit and to hire a consultant, I mean, I have a really hard time supporting it for that reason. And then also given the concerns with some of the language in the contract. One other question I'd like to get clarification on, will CISO be used in any other way, shape, or form outside of just consulting on this piece of this contract? Because I understand in scope, they do a lot of other different consultings for districts.
This contract is for transportation, oversight, and routing system.
So we will not be using them for anything else?
This contract does not cover anything else.
Okay. And then, are we getting rid of any consultants that we're currently hiring or have hired that would replace this expense?
When we began this process, the board asked for us to optimize resources and for us to take a look at transportation and try and determine what it is that we needed to do to kind of get this in sync with what it needs to be moving forward. Is it rates? Is it how we set things up? Is it how we oversee it? Is it how we gather our data and interconnect it with our student information system? Those are a lot of different possibilities there. And as we've had our conversations around contract, we're kind of getting into a lot of, understanding both of us, kind of where the other's coming from and understanding how this might be perceived or what it looks like and what's real, right? So I feel pretty good about the process that we've been using. It's been a long one, but I think, Jerry, you said it.
But a very thorough, very open communication. We feel so much better about it.
We owe it to our bus provider to also support them in what they do. And the reality is, as they are working hard to serve our families, I believe that this contract's necessary for us to get off on the right foot with a software that will encompass everything and help us to get where we need to go. We asked how many hours does that usually take for doing what we want help with, not knowing for sure exactly, like, will it be November, and we're trying to figure out whether or not we can condense, because we have to put a plan together for equipment for the future too. And as we ask for buses versus vans, they need to know and understand what that might look like. So this could include time spent by CISO in helping us to plan ahead or kind of what-if scenarios. Like if we did this with the routing, what would happen with it? So they have kind of a sandbox, you might say, of where you can do that with the software as well. So there's more than just implement the software, set up our routes, and get us trained. There's more to this than that. But we also want to make sure that it's only 1 year in the need, right? So this is presented as our best effort to serve the needs that we've heard through our process of negotiations and that we know we have internally as well.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding this. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that they're not necessarily training on the easy routing software system that claims to be super easy to learn. They're more consulting on the whole picture, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Versus.
We have to approach our transportation matter with the whole picture.
So is there any way the bus company, can they absorb some of the costs of this? I mean, I know you guys were charging no cost for routing. So I'm just thinking, we were getting charged no cost for routing, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And now we're going to be paying $10,000 a month for that.
We're paying for like the software or whatnot that we use. So that would be getting rid of Edgelog and switching to easy routing. And there's just a lot to learn with that. And Edgelog has been very cumbersome. So anything that would help with that, for instance, like the easy routing, would be very beneficial, especially because our general education routes doesn't talk with, or our special ed routes, we do all of that ourselves manually because Edgelog doesn't talk with Infinite Campus to be able to work with that for the special ed students. So it's forms, transportation forms that we get for special ed. So all of that is stuff that we're doing without any software help at this point.
With regard to the costs, I take a look at the 139,900 is the cost of 14 months. If you take off the amount that we would otherwise be paying towards software costs that are far more expensive on an annual basis and within 5 years would far exceed this contract, I also believe we're going to find some efficiencies with regard to special education, whether it's in the 26-27 year or beyond, as we determine exactly how many buses we need versus vans. I'm not sure right now, but somewhere along the line that's going to happen. So you ask, how can I possibly, sometimes you do need to spend a little bit of money in order to save it long-term. And this is one of those cases.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any other board members that have any other questions for the presenters? All right.
Just an ask.
Director Mason?
Is there a way to get a check-in after a few months of using this and give us a board update? Again, it's more just, I fully appreciate that, this piece is saving us more in the bigger picture. We just haven't seen the bigger picture. So
Sure, I think we
the hard
can,
part.
Can I add to your question? Can we also have, I really appreciate you asking that, that's where I was gonna go. I'd really like for the bus company to come back when that happens too. Because to hear directly from you guys,
Yeah.
because especially with something like Director Mason pointed out, the auto renew, if this is like trash, right?
We want it, yeah.
To put it lightly, right? You guys are gonna know.
Oh, we were.
Not saying anything
I think
against you,
this is
Director
something-
Ryder, right? But,
Well, we've reached out and asked other people, hey, is this a good software? And it's used by some districts, but not all, and we're unique. We have all these lakes that we coordinate around, and our special education transportation is greater than others, and there's so many other services that are offered that we transport for. So it's just gonna take time to get used to this, which is why they were doing the one-year contract.
Chair Bullion, just to that request, I think after we do our first summer routing, I think that our summer school, that would be our first kind of proof concept that we can come back after summer school to kind of say, okay, here's what we learned for an update. So.
and thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
So much.
You'll see us driving at 6:30.
I won't see you driving at 6.
Are there any other perspectives or questions? All right, so thank you, all of you, for the information and clarifications that you have offered. We need to have a motion and a second.
Oh, man.
By Director Johnson and Director France. All in favor of the CISO Transportation Consulting Contract, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
That passes 6-1. All right. Next action item is the READ Act Phase 2 Memorandum of Agreement. Can I get a motion and a second to approve?
So made.
I heard Director Johnson and Director France. Is there any, I'm going to invite Director Cothern. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yes.
What you have in front of you, directors, is just the memorandum of agreement for Phase 2 of the READ Act. So Phase 1 involved our elementary staff, and now Phase 2 is involving our secondary staff. So the board approved the Phase 1 MOA in order to how our elementary teachers would do the READ Act as well as be compensated for it. So this Phase 2 is doing the same thing, but on our secondary, for our secondary teachers.
Is there any questions or discussion for this? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 7-0. All right, moving right along. Next item for board action is the approval of issuance of purchase orders for the 26-27 school year. Can I get a motion and a second?
So made.
Second.
By Director France and a second by Director Smith. Is there any discussion or questions for Director Ryder? I think this is something that we approve yearly. so that purchase orders can start happening. Is there any questions, discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. That passes 7-0. All right. Next up is policy. This is the second and final reading of the policies that we discussed in detail last week. So we will be taking action on these, and given the time, we can approve these as a group. If there's any of the policy numbers that board members would like to have discussion on, I can take those outside of approving them as a slate, but if there is not, I would take a motion and a second to approve these as read.
Director Bullen, I'd like to pull out 621.1, weighted grades system.
Okay, we can do that, 621.1. Is there any other policies that board members would like to pull out to discuss? Okay, and then would you like Director Cothern to speak on 621 or share what you want to?
I think thank you. We've heard from you. I think Director France brought up a great point last time, that this policy really, before it gets implemented, should go through the TNL committee meeting. I understand there was a TNL meeting that was planned for April that was canceled. Is it possible to get another TNL meeting on the calendar, just like they're getting a finance meeting on the calendar for May, and run this through the TNL?
Am I hearing a second?
Was it
or
canceled?
An amend? Oh, I never took a motion.
We're not,
I never did
pull
take-
them out, sorry. Yep.
I never
Okay,
did take a
sorry.
motion. So I'm going to take a motion by Director Johnson and a second.
Second.
Do I have a second by Director France? And this is to approve everything
But
but
the weight, okay.
621.1.
Perfect, okay.
Okay, so with a motion and a second to approve all of the policies listed except 621.1, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes 7-0. Now, for 621.1, can I get a motion and a second to approve 621.1 as presented? By Director France, so made. Can I get a second?
Second.
By Director Smith. And is there a discussion?
Yes.
Director
Thank you.
Atkinson.
Do I have to repeat what I said? So
Well,
late at
maybe
night.
not.
Okay,
Maybe not.
I'm just curious, can we get a TNL meeting on the calendar so that this can go through TNL before the
I think
back to
that
school
it
year?
could certainly go through TNL. I would think it would go through when they reconvene in the fall, because they've received all the communication that were done for the year. They've filled out their feedback surveys, and the work is done for this year. A potential wrinkle is the high school planning for what they communicate to folks, but they'll be aware of what the status is. So I think perhaps they're thinking, since it went through policy committee, and then we have the opportunity to take action. But the board is the governor's, so.
Director
Can
Atkinson,
I
are
make a
you
statement?
asking for a motion to bring it to?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to make a motion to remove this policy this evening and send it through the Teaching and Learning Committee. Just for clarification, this policy needs to be updated per statute, and that would have to be done prior to the school year, because we have to state whether these kids are getting weighted grades or not getting weighted grades, and that's part of the confusion that happened this year, is that we stated it and then we didn't do it and there was confusion. So I think it has to be done, if we're gonna do something with this, and for it to go through TNL, it would have to be in the next month. And so finance went and added a meeting for those, to talk about the levy. So I'm just wondering if TNL could do the same.
Can I make a statement? Okay, so this is a statutory change that needs to go through, but as I stated last time, this should go through the TNL for weighted grades in the fall and be decided upon before the registration for new classes. There's no emergency to do it now, and this was the last TNL meeting we had in April. April was not canceled. So I am fine with it as it is for the statutory change, but from now on, this policy should only go through TNL as it used to do before. And we'll just have to, with the TNL committee and the leaders of that, we'll just have to make sure it gets on the agenda first thing in the fall, because it's a fairly involved conversation.
Director Anderson, April was canceled, correct?
March was canceled.
Actually, it was March.
Oh, it was March, okay,
Yeah.
sorry, but there was one canceled, so, okay. But my concern about this is that, that this does change the weighted grade-ins. MinCap students will no longer receive weighted grades as they are currently. So going into next year, it'll need to be communicated that MinCaps will not be weighted based on this policy change. College and the school will not be weighted based on this change. PSEO has never been weighted in our district, so that will not impact our PSEO students. So it will be a change to what's happening in the fall, based
so
on this.
the
But
only
fall's
change-
already done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they've registered and everything
Right.
for next year,
Fall's done.
and I would say the only feedback that came, everybody else outside of the MinCaps were already aligned, and we had no questions or concerns from any other student or family group, because with MinCaps being a satellite site in the past, the communication was had at the high school, the assumption was of the administration at the satellite, but that communication was missed there. So, moving forward, yes, that has been communicated with MinCap so that they would have, that would be part of that group moving into next fall. Excuse me, into next fall. That should have been for this year as well.
So you're saying during the registration process, we've already communicated that all college and school, all PSEO, and all MinCaps will not be
Well,
weighted?
I'd have to talk with Dr. Bezick to find out what specific communications that they sent, but I do know that the cohort of students that were only impacted this year was the MinCaps. Everybody else had acclimated into to this policy already. MinCaps was the only outlier course or cohort.
My other concern with this policy is that back in, I think, 21, I saw, we took away weighting of honors, and I think I brought this up during our study session. Is it possible for us, because honors is not considered an AP or college and school credit, is it possible for us to add in? My fear is we're taking away things from kids, and I don't think this is costing us any money, weighting grades or not weighting grades. I see some value in it. I see somewhere it could really hurt students. I think I raised those concerns at our study session. Is there any way to add back in honors so that there's something that our kids can look forward to, or something that they,
So
can be
by
a
the
win
way,
for our
it was
students.
decided in TNL and then by the board that was taken away in 2020 and prep for the 2021-2022 school year. So that was done during that time.
It was in the
And it-
handbook, yeah. It wasn't
Directors,
in
if
the
we could direct the questions through me, that would be helpful. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve 621.1. Director Atkinson, are you suggesting an amendment to that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make amendment to the motion to include honors classes along with the AP classes. I believe statutorily we are able to do that. And like I said, I think it would help to keep some of the kids in our district as well.
Okay, so Director Atkinson is asking for an amendment to the motion to include honors and AP classes. Is there a second to her amended motion?
Point of clarification.
Yes, Director Johnson.
Can we do that?
Great question. So there is a motion and a second on the table, and you're asking to
I am
amend.
happy to second. I want to make sure that we can.
It can be done. I think the conversation needs to be with building level administration to understand what that would all entail.
Thank you. I
So
thought you were asking about the actual motion.
Well, you said ask questions
Yeah,
through you, so
please.
I asked you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, from a statute change standpoint, the only two cohorts that need to be identical are PSEO and CIS, college and schools. And you can't, if one is weighted, they both need to be weighted, and vice versa. If none is, then both are not weighted. I would say that I would want to engage our building level administration in this conversation, understanding the impacts of weighting honors and what that would actually entail. I would not feel comfortable making that discussion without engaging building leadership teams around that, but definitely open to having the conversation.
And it still should go through the TNL. So,
Again, is there a second to Director Atkinson's amended motion? That is the question.
To add honors into this policy.
To add honors, and you said AP as well.
No, just,
No,
and
just
AP is
honors.
already listed, so it'd be APs and honors would be weighted in the policy.
Is there a second to that? I'm going to say hearing none, that motion fails, and we will go back to the original
I'm
motion.
now gonna make an amendment to that motion.
Okay.
Push this off until the next board meeting after discussion with building level personnel with honors.
I'll second that.
Okay, so hearing the amended motion to push it off for discussion with building personnel, I will take, we have a first and a second to that amended motion. I will take a vote. All in favor of that amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, maybe we'll do roll call. Director Atkinson?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
Director Mason? And you're an aye. Director Olsted?
Aye.
Aye. And I'm an aye. And Director France?
nay, we're not going to have that conversation before the next board meeting.
Director Smith?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, that passes 5-0. 5-2. Thank you. It's late.
Just to double check, so this then, you want this back on June 8th? Because that would be the next business meeting. Okay.
After the conversation with
Okay.
business or the building administration. Thank you. All right. That is our final action item for the evening. Next up is administrative reports. Do we have any of those tonight? Here, none. Next up is board reports. We'll move to, and I saw Obi.
Obi's home studying for AP exam
Okay.
tomorrow morning.
I do not
Can't
blame
blame
him. I'm glad he's doing that.
Priorities.
Board members, are there any reports to share? Can we start with you, Director Smith?
Finance and Operations Committee, next Monday, or Tuesday, but other than that, nothing.
Okay, Director France?
Just scale on Friday, and I have to leave. So,
Okay, good night. Director Olsted?
Quickly, I visited Glendale a couple of weeks ago. It was amazing, and I saw the new reading curriculum in action, and it was awesome. So thank you for everybody who had me. Celebrate was amazing. Middle school concert on Thursday. And Southwest Metro, we awarded a lot of different staff for their contributions this year. Graduations are coming up, and then we're looking at a superintendent evaluation soon.
Yes. Director Mason?
Thank you. Just finance and safety next week.
Director Johnson?
Only thing is, sorry I was late. I got to go to the Savage City Council meeting this evening and see the seniors in our high school who are going into the military this evening. They were honored tonight, so that's where I was. So thank you to the Beyond the Yellow Ribbon campaign for doing that, and to the Savage City Council for hosting that event. And congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, I was sad to miss it.
Yep.
Director Atkinson?
Yeah, thank you. Just in our last policy meeting, I think one of the things that we forgot to mention is that MSBA has brought forth an AI policy. And I had the opportunity several months ago to Washington DC to learn. I spent a full day workshop on learning about AI in education, and it was incredibly interesting. I've also attended a workshop last Friday, another workshop on AI in education. So really looking forward to hoping to putting in an AI policy maybe before back to school, because I've had several teachers reach out with concerns about how AI is being used in the classroom. And I don't think you can open up a news article or a social media site and not hear about AI, how AI is impacting our learners or organizations. So I just wanted to bring forth some visibility to that conversation that hopefully we'll be able to bring back a policy before the school year on that. So thank you. And congratulations to Dr. Anderson. I don't know if it's official or.
While we sat here, it became official.
Congratulations. It has been a pleasure working with you here in our district. I'm very happy for you. So thank you.
All right. Dr. Thomas, do you have anything else to add? No, nothing to add. Okay, so the board will now adjourn to a closed session pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.03 for the purpose of discussing negotiation strategy. Do I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
So made.
By Director Smith and Director Olsted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 6-0. And we will take a 5-minute break.